Let's return to Subcon, a hack by GlitchCat. New game, please. So yeah, Subcon 2 is supposed to come out later this year, so I kind of want to beat this properly, because I never beat it properly the first time around. I last played it like in 2020 or something, and it has been altogether far too long since I've Mario 2'd. Now this being a hack, it's going to be a little more difficult, and I'm probably going to die in some very stupid ways. But you know, it's the process that's important. Also the fact that momentum is very slippery with Mario. All of the characters behave differently, which does make this an interesting game when you think about it, because you're given the option of playing as different characters, and it does make an actual difference. It's not like Mario and Luigi in the very first game. There we go. I got my bomb off. Let me guess. Nope, it's a big alternate. This is a game of angles. You need to be good at right angles. And shell surfing. A la Ninja Turtles. It's the shell surfing that's probably going to cause me a lot of grief later, but here we are. Oh, yeah, I could just dodge that. Well, I feel dumb. Anyway, this is interesting in terms of, like, how difficulty works in ROM hacks. It's pretty much most ROM hacks work on the principle of being very difficult and making it sure that you go and play the game exactly the way the author intended. This one doesn't quite do that. It gives you your one shot to call, which I think is really nice. So, for instance, I took some damage there, which is a problem. I'm not sure where the checkpoints actually are. And looking at this, it's important for us to remember that the vertical sections are vertically mirrored. I forget, do critters wake up in this game? Oh, come on. Or can you just hold them indefinitely? Whoops. Also whoops. Let's see. Oh, that was a checkpoint. Okay, I feel better about myself. Like I said, it's been a few years since I've played this, and certainly a while since I've last played Mario 2. I think the last time I played Mario 2 was actually, like, a ROM hack races thing that happened in, like, 2020. 2022. I have to look it up. It's been a bit. There's at least been a few ROM hacks in this space. There was a ROM hack competition, wasn't there? There was a level design competition. I never got around to checking that out. Apparently I don't understand how this mechanic works, so we're just going to run for it. Now, what I do know is you can stand on these. You stand under them to make them go faster. Then you can stand on them to make the screen scroll. And then you can miss. Alright. I was about to say Hail Mary, but I didn't even jump. I'm gonna go see that at some point, the Project Hail Mary movie. I like the book well enough. To be fair, it's pretty standard Andy Weir, like, you know what you're getting with Andy Weir. So, did it stay there, or does it despawn? No, it stays there, so, hey, at least we didn't lose anything. Our Ninja ran out of juice, though. Ow. I was thinking, like, if I fail this particular throw, at least I can use the, Oh, man. Could use a Shy Guy, but I guess not. I should also, like, see the Mario movie at some point. The newer one, not the old one. I've seen the old one. Went there after a funeral, bizarrely enough. Just how these things work sometimes. There we go, that's a better one. Alright. Collect radish. Aren't you Gladish? You're not Farmer Falkenberg's 17th radish. Okay, now I just have to make this jump, which wasn't hard. This is a check to see if you remember how toroids work. This is a check to make sure you're not a moron, which I have failed. Can you jump off vines? Or did you fall off vines? Well, let's check. There's a spot we can test our hypotheses. You cannot jump off vines. You can only fall off of them. Okay, that's an important detail. It's one of those things where, like, again, I haven't played Mario 2 in a hot minute. So, I guess technically speaking, the last time I played Mario 2 was at GDQ when I tested a level of Subcon 2. It was a puzzle level, something I am much more qualified to help out on. I did find a glitch. I did find a softlock, actually, while watching Glitch play. Oh, that was cool. That's a bomb. Ah, what? No! Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb. Yeah, I pointed out that there was a spot where if you did this specific thing, you could softlock yourself. Found a specific spot where if you did a very specific thing, you could softlock yourself. And I believe Glitch was going to fix that. One of those things. Many eyes make all bugs shallow, I believe is the saying. I'm not entirely convinced, but the right eyes and the right timing can definitely make a lot of bugs more obvious. Alright, well. Idea number 2. Like I say, I like this because it lets you call it one shot. You can make... Really? You can make one error, and you can recover from it often. Well, that's a unique type of failure. Sup, Friday? How you doing? If manipulating sprites wasn't such a pain in the butt, I'd consider it. I also spent a lot of today fixing some of the Metroid issues that were manifest last night. Namely, the weird palettes when in, like, Kraid. Basically, I decided to go about it a different way and made the code a lot better. Initially, I was, like, monkey patching the different, palettes. And then I'm like, why? Why am I monkey patching these palettes when I can just grab the palettes? It was really dumb. Because, like, the palettes are just sitting there at the same locations in all of the randomized ROMs. I can just grab the full palettes for each bank, in so much as it matters. And now I'm doing that. It works just fine. Due for sleep soon? Ah, fair enough. I hope you sleep well. Okay. That jump feels so sketchy, but it feels so good when you get it. It wastes so much time. I don't even know what I'm trying to do there. But yeah, I would say the Python side of code has gotten a fair bit cleaner thanks to what I've done. I removed, like, a whole table, made another table basically empty outside of names and file names. Like, I'm fairly happy with the refactoring as it went. Just generally fix things up to be better. And hopefully a little less crash-prone, unfortunately. Fizbit had a suggestion for improving, because I ran into some CHR issues. Spending all day last few days working on Archipelago involving your desktop mate avatar. What is a desktop mate avatar? I don't think I know what that is. Is that like the Neko thing? Where, like, you have a cute little cat that chases the mouse on your screen? Okay, that's what I'm trying to do. Because I used to like that thing a fair bit. Found out it had a very interesting history the other day. At least one bit of which made me laugh, but I can't explain why. Also curious how an archipelago could involve something like that. Like, does a cat get powers? Still trying to think of, like, what's the most... It's fascinating that... I wonder why that works. Why did the shy guy, like, kind of just bonk there, but... That works. But the vegetable is fine. There are questions. I don't have answers. Manual allows for dang near anything? I've seen people running short lists. Okay, well, okay. Manual... Fair. That's fair. But also not as funny. I wonder if, like, someone's implemented Castle in Archipelago. Like, I wonder how feasible it'd be to take that dude's code and shove it into an Archipelago thing. Actually, probably easy, because you have the code. I don't think it's written like Turbo Pascal. You can almost open a socket and use it to distribute stuff. One of those things that I entertains me intellectually, but I'm probably not going to do. Anime character for your choosing. This is on your desktop. You can talk to it, have it dance music, pet it, or just have it sit on your taskbar on a window. Okay, so it is like the cat. That was better. But yeah, it is like the cat. Okay, I understand this now. I'm gonna assume your desktop anime character is Hatsune Miku, but you never know. Oh yeah, that's the other thing that's weird. Oh wait, no, that's not correct. You do have to hold run in this. Did I miss? I think I missed. I missed. Oh well. Like I said, I get to call my shots. I'll take that one. Bunch of custom dances mod into it, so each dance is 2 checks for a total of 500. Jesus. That's a lot of dance. It is a lot of dance. Like Fortnite level dances. I'm pretty sure there should be like 500 in Fortnite by now. But I also know nothing about Fortnite except for it being the orgy of licensing that Ready Player One promised us the future would bring. Tenase Teto? Oh, Kasane Teto. Have all the Vocaloids. Is she the red one? Yeah, she's the red one. Okay, I know who that is. Set up trap items to force you to change the avatar to the next song. But you have to change it back afterwards. Interesting. Interesting. Well, shoot. Well, at least it killed something. Oh. Now, can't call your shots everywhere. Now, when it comes to shells, you frequently can't call your shots. 'Tis the nature of the beast. You got this. You know, I was excited about the fact that it was actually up there for a moment. Oh well. Such a weird feeling jumping on that. I did it! I got to go to the next stage! Well, I get to go on to the next screen. That's not how you do that screen. But that's okay, I get to go on to the next screen now. I just need to remember these things fall a lot slower than their Mario World cousins do. Because I think the Mario World cousins model some sort of gravity thing, whereas these guys reach a terminal velocity very quickly. Alright, let's see what's happening here. We have a red Birdo and 3 plants. I think I understand what I need to do here, it's just a matter of execution. Nope. Main point is doing a bunch of work. Finding your own songs instead of just prepackaged songs. Go through all the checks, then go through all of it to check for copyright. Oh, that's probably gonna take a while. That's... Jump should not be difficult. There we go. I've successfully gotten the measly turnip. Okay, sniped her there. Yeah, these side, those are not, those are, okay, well at least it's not a timed vegetable. Oh right, it does that, doesn't it? That's one of those key differences between Mario 2 and Mario 2 and All-Stars, is when you do a super jump, you don't ditch your vegetable. As it turns out, that's a mighty important change, which I'm pretty sure was put here mostly to disabuse people who thought that they worked the same. Which is a very smart type of level design, you know? To teach people something important in an environment where, like, the cost of failure isn't that high. I don't know. I think you need to ask the Doki Doki people, because I'm pretty sure it works there too. At least in Mario 3 you can, or Mario 3, at least in this one you can run. Maybe I need to be more careful with my vegetables. I want to practice getting out of this one, if nothing else. Alright, well, had I succeeded the first one, I would have been fine. If it ends up getting streamed, you'd want a list of songs that get excluded from Generation. Out of 250, you found 47 that were problematic. Interesting. What is your current methodology for finding problematic songs? Like, actually doing research, or just, like, block uploading them to YouTube and seeing what gets marked? So I'm pretty sure that's what Tecmo has to do, is just upload stuff and see what happens. Not to say that the copyright detector is consistent. You know, I just need to get in her face. I would also like to point out that this behavior is not unique to Mario 2. In fact, in Mario RPG, when you super jump, it also ditches your vegetable. You just never have a chance to actually grab a vegetable. Why do I keep thinking that's a good idea? Okay. Let's go do this one now. Ah. Okay, that doesn't help. For some reason, I thought you'd be able to duck your way out of that, but you can't. Site that checks for copyright, not fully accurate. But if you find 5 URLs that all say it's written, it's probably copyrighted. That's fair. I mean, fair. All music is copywritten just by right of having been made. But yeah. You have to assign your rights specifically to do something else with it if you don't want it. And then enforcement is up to you. Or copyright law. It's complicated, yo. Unlike trademarks must be enforced. If you do not enforce a trademark, you will lose it. If they can prove especially that you are not defending it vigorously, I believe that is the word used, vigorously, then you will lose your trademark and then you will be sad. Why? This is not hard! I just need to stop making very elementary mistakes. It's 4 separate challenges. Anyway. Be mildly curious to see how I'm doing versus how I did when I played this, like, way back in the day. But typically what ends up happening is I'm approximately as good as I was then. Just let him step forward a bit. Anyway, I also went and got the actual work I needed to get done, which is nice. I'm going to review it again after done streaming, because it's basically a spreadsheet, but I went and checked for spelling errors and things. I think I'm happy enough with how it looks right now. Just come over here. Checks take like 30 minutes. Oof. Made a manual AP world for their 3D printer. The checks take 30 minutes. Okay, that's actually pretty funny. Yeah, that's easy. Just don't throw early. Well, that probably shouldn't have worked, but it did. Alright, 20 minutes to beat the first level. Not my best showing. And it's Luigi time. Okay, what is this? It's a turnip. I imagine I need to board that albatross. Can I? Nope. Whoops. Alright, well. I super jumped. I didn't need to super jump. really sure... Oh, I was supposed to super jump there. Are these levels being streamed in development? Yeah, it has been a bit. I'm supposed to... It's probably supposed to hold on to these. Like, I don't know what I need to use this turnip for. Oh, right, I'd lose the turnip when I do super jump. I'm probably just supposed to use it to kill the plant, then. Like, just like that, and then you just kind of do the Luigi float. And you fail the Luigi float, and you go a little bit... Start a little bit earlier. Ow. Those jumps are a little bit different when you're small, I think. And that wasn't different at all. Yeah, part of the reason why I want to play this now is Subcon 2 is supposed to come out soon, TM. I don't know exactly when soon TM is, but I was like, yeah, it's time to come back. I survived. That's what I was trying to avoid. Maybe I needed to not avoid that as much. Oh well. I don't know what to do yet, so getting hit here is not a big deal to me. Again, the bonkage. I need to go a little bit to the right. The bonkers? No. Turks? No. Anti-music missile? No. Splendid. Guess that was another Mario 2 thing I played. I played the Yellow Submarine hack, which honestly was pretty awesome. Would recommend. A wiggle. Okay, what am I supposed to be doing here? Okay, so you can't jump off of that directly. Good to know. God, I got so hard stuck on the friggin' glove. Which is just a rebadged Cray Claw. Shouldn't have had that much trouble. Oh well. You lurk? Alright. Sleep well. See you next time. Same bat channel, same bat time. I don't actually know what the bat time was. You're going to have a bat time? The Undertale Batman collaboration? Someone's probably done this bit already. What is up with... How am I canceling that? No. I canceled it. I want to cancel it. So you walk the bird. You throw the thing, you get impatient. People speedrun this. It obviously can't be that hard to get that one jump to work correctly. Did not get the wiggle correct. No wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Like the Wiggle Cat. That's the only thing I know about that particular song. Is the cat going to the wiggle, wiggle, wiggle song. I don't like you. Thing that bonks me. I'm good at the beginning, at least. Anyway. Now, working on Metroid again, it's getting me somewhat excited to work on Zelda. Mostly because I looked at my request queue, and guess what's after Pokemon and Metroid? Hint, it's Zelda. Need to see if there's any other Nintendo requests that I might do first, just because it might get stuck in dev hell again. I think that's it. Okay. That's it, you got it! Okay. It shouldn't, though. Like, I've... kind of know what I'm trying to do with that. There we go. I don't know how you would do that without taking damage. Luigi is a slippery fella. But the thing about it is, like, I've done the Metroid thing now. I have better ideas of how to make this stuff work. And the Z1M1 randomizer is a good source for useful information when I need it. Because, like, I understand what it's doing, and now I can do things less dumb. I think with the knowledge of how to do things less dumb, it shouldn't take quite as long as it did. To be fair, though, that came together pretty quick once I actually started the coding. And I should be able to reuse some of the code. There's always the should. The fundamental issue, as with most things, is one, I need some free WRAM. Just have to find some. Nope, too early. Yeah, I just need a couple bytes. I need like a byte of free WRAM or two. Well, actually, no, I need a non-trivial amount. I need to have my my read hook work. The important part when doing USB stuff on the EverDrive is that in order to do any sort of code changes, the ROM isn't dual ported, and so like you need to make sure that the other side isn't reading it, which in effect means NMI has to be off. Is it true? I'm not sure it does. Anyway, I'm pretty sure you can get away with that NMI being off for things as long as you're not touching VRAM. Let me restart that, I didn't like it. But if you want to make like ROM modifications, you really do need to lock it out. There we go. Okay. There we go. Maybe you jump off of the... You probably do a super jump off of that. That's how you do it. Okay. Alright, that's easier than what I'm supposed to do. Especially if I can take a hit there. But yeah, you cannot be touching... You can't let the NES read RAM... You cannot let the NES read ROM at the same time you are writing to ROM. This is just... That's just the way it is. So once you accept that constraint, your life gets a lot easier, but it still doesn't have to work. Ah. So slippery. Yeah, I'm beginning to think that the platform there is a bit of a trap, in all honesty. Yeah, but we'll see for Zelda how difficult it is. Like, I have a reasonable disassembly, which means I should be able to find the addresses of things that I care about much more quickly. And the way Z1M1 is written is really convenient. Like, exceedingly convenient. Basically, if you ever want to find something that you would expect to find in the original ROM, it's at the right place. And you super jump, you have to stand up, back up first. Oh, maybe that's what I'm doing wrong. Because, yeah, you can, like, walk around with the super jump, can't you? Yeah, I forgot about that. You can't jump and then use it again, but you have access. What? What? Eh? Is that thing poisonous? Deadly? Choice excellent, my friends. Guess this wasn't what I was expecting. What am I doing? I think you can... What am I doing that releases the super jumps? Let me check something. You have to stand up, but you can't move. Okay, that's the state. That's the important state information. Okay, that actually is really useful information. Little bits of tech that I haven't used in years. Okay. Yeah, thou shalt not stand on that is apparently a rule. I was looking at the wrong spot. I thought I'd be able to land on something different. I think of all of them, the characters in this game, I love the way Luigi plays the least. He is so slippery. And like, Peach's bonus, like, hovering stuff is really interesting, whereas Luigi's is incredibly freeing to a point where it's almost disconcerting. But mostly because he's so effing slippery. I do love... Oh, whoops. I do love that basically the speedrun for this does let you use different characters. But I think mostly it ends up being Luigi, because verticality matters for a lot of skips. But when it doesn't, it's Toad, just because Toad is so much faster on the ground. Do it again. I swear I jumped first and then moved, but I know I didn't, and the results show it. I'll just hang out up here. You have to commit. Okay. Over that. Under that. Anyway. But yeah, I might start working on the Zelda thing sooner than later just to get it over with. Now that I know what I'm working with. And hopefully can find the equivalent functions in, like, Metroid. Like, the really important thing was realizing I can make Metroid do most of the work I need to do for me. I don't need to do all of this work manually. Like, the game has stuff in it to do these bits of functionality, because it has to have them. For instance, it has to... Why'd I do that? It has to put the Metroid in VRAM. It just has to. That's a thing it has to do. Well, it has to put Samus in VRAM. It has to choose what color you're going to be. There has to be a function that determines that, because I'm fairly certain in Zelda you can choose to have some of those items equipped or not, right? But the game still needs to make that decision, especially once you've reloaded the game. So, like, these things have to exist in that space. It's just a matter of finding them. Which is not actually that hard. Well, it can be. You kind of have to trace backwards a fair bit if you're doing it the wrong way. But, like, setting a debugger line on a palette is not exactly difficult. Messen is just so nice for debugging, in all honesty. I don't think I'd be willing to do this stuff if I hadn't invested the time to write my socket emulator. My serial port emulator. Does make me think that the next time I go back and do some SNES stuff, I probably should actually make a version of that works with, like, Messen. And then I remember I'll have to write Lua, and I hate Lua so much. Okay, I got through there without getting hit. I think I might just take a hit here, because I don't know what's coming up ahead. And... What? No! Why did I jump? Well, if I get through there again, I might just take a hit, because I'm not sure what to do there, and it's better than dying. But yeah, being able to test stuff in an emulator with the debugger makes such a huge difference in terms of development cycle. Of course, the other issue is that the serial port doesn't actually work, so the one in Messen works a lot better for that very reason. And of course, it doesn't emulate, like, some why in the world would you ever do that edge cases. You know, I could stand right here, and that would make that jump easier. Yeah, let's just do that in the future. Like, the thing about Mario 2... we'll wait for the next log. Is that the levels can't be that long, right? So in theory, after this, that might just be the end of the level. Oh, I didn't hold right long enough. Well, the end of the section. My guess is there's, like, 2 sections and boss. Done bonked it. But yeah. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. It'd probably be worth the investment. Hell, I imagine people would just want to be able to use it in conjunction with my tooling. Because it would probably work fine with SA1 without having to do the rigmarole I do for SA1. I don't like my positioning. Weirdly survivable. If I could actually do this part consistently, I'm pretty sure I'd have level beaten by now. I'm also certain that mastering that is probably critical, given how GlitchCat makes obstacles. It's like mastering the ducking wiggle is important. We'll give it one more go. He's so friggin' slick. Like, playing Luigi is basically ice physics all the time. Or so it seems. I can't believe I survived that. Yeah, one more go. It's nice that spikes don't hurt you on the side. That is a really nice feature of this game. Darn it, I have to do it as intended. Didn't manage to land on it. I still don't know what's ahead. I'm getting better, I guess. Kind of. Sort of. Maybe. Maybe I can go lower than I think I can go. We've reached brand new lows! Already made that joke last time, didn't I? Ugh. Okay, no, it has to be. It's tighter than that. I'm late. Let's see if we can just do it. Well, I did it in some ways, but not in others. I didn't even press any buttons. I hope I can get out of World 1. I'm getting less optimistic, because I think I've been in this area for like 20 minutes now. Okay. Bonk. Duck jump. Then wiggle wiggle. Wiggle again. Then wait a cycle. Okay. I don't even know what to do there. I mean, I need to jump on the Shy Guy as it's falling and then jump off of it. I guess onto another Shy Guy would be my guess, but like, I haven't seen the locomotion that allows for this to work. Again. Yeah, we'll just wait a cycle. It's such a narrow gap between it works well and it doesn't work. I love the heart spawning, because frequently it spawns in spots that are just not useful. Ah, no. That reminds me, I can remove that message about lunacy in my, like, keeping track of things Discord channel. I don't know why I have, a keeping track of things Discord channel, when, like, a spreadsheet would be better, I guess. But, like, I have one, and so I'm just gonna do it anyway. It's like, once you get used to a specific workflow, why would I change it? Especially if it's continuing to work. Or why everyone basically does everything in spreadsheets forever. Speaking of which, the document I provided today was actually written in a spreadsheet. Well, I needed to deliver it in spreadsheet form. I'm not sure I like writing it in spreadsheet form. Like, I find writing in spreadsheets to be kind of awful, because I like to spell check as I go. Oh no. And like, spreadsheets are not great for that. Like, I suppose I should have been doing this in like the Microsoft spreadsheets, given the person I was delivering it to. But, like, Google spreadsheets are convenient. But even so, like, it doesn't let you do spell checking and stuff inside of the cells. I think I'm getting that better at that part. You know what's nice? At least I always start with 2 health. Some games don't even let you do that. They start you with like 30 health, which is really no health. But because I've been dumb and haven't collected any of the useful power-ups. Why am I panicking there? I think I'm panicking and letting go of right. There we go. Like, I think that's like 3 in a row for that. There we go. Hey, look. Oh, I was like, look at that dot! No, it's just part of a cloud. I was just confused. Well, that wasn't what I needed. That is deadly. Okay. I wanted to try it the way the level intended me to do it, and it didn't help. What if it is more effective to do it that way, though? I was actually deciding between this and Slay the Toho tonight. Because, like, I needed to start kind of late because of how late I got started on that document. But this has been on my list for so long. It's been, like, a number of toss-ups for streaming stuff, and it's been like, yeah, let's just do it. Because, man, when Subcon 2 comes out, I do want to jump right on that. Well, speaking of obligation stuff, I guess this isn't an obligation, but, like, QLDC is almost done on YouTube. There's maybe like a week of it left. One of the reasons I'm a little more reticent to pick up a Mario World thing is like there's so much backlog there that needs to go out, and if I have to do like a rejection, it'd be a pain. Also on the list of like things I need to figure out, I need to see if there's a better copy of the ROM Hack Racist logo somewhere. Because like I want to do a better thumbnails. I think that the QLDC, CLDC experiment vis-a-vis thumbnails has demonstrated that thumbnails are very important on YouTube, a lesson that an idiot could have told me. And while I like my thumbnails with the chat in them, I do think that actually putting at least a modicum of effort seems to pay off. And I'm using the word modicum correctly, like those are not like thumbnails that I've spent 1,000 hours on MS Paint in. But at least making them look like they're cohesive and have some sort of element that demonstrates what they're part of seems to be critical. Basically, when it comes to like YouTube stuff, I just look at what Just Cook is doing and then kind of try to follow whatever... God damn it. Whatever thing he's doing. Which probably isn't the best long-term strategy, but seems to work adequately. Though probably should like follow the likes of people who are a lot more successful than Juz. Not to knock on Juz, I watch most of his stuff when I can. Sometimes he's playing something like, I think I'm just gonna play that. Like the troll level stuff recently, I'm like, yeah, I should just do that. I went and got almost all of them compiled into a zip file so I can do the things I want to do, and I'm actually a little bit annoyed at how they did their contest. It's weird. Because, like, most contests kind of demand you host your thing somewhere accessible. And here, they just literally let people run it out of their file bins on SMW Central, which, yeah, that's a place you can store stuff. But it is... I keep forgetting that's there! But it's kind of a limited format, and people can delete these afterwards, so it's not like a permanent record. So I have all of them but two. One of them I know where I can get it. The other one I don't know where I can get it, unfortunately. So I might have to ask around. But I do figure that'll be like the next, I don't know what to do after streaming some stuff. I guess we'll do this. 2, 1, 1, 2. Like, you could do that without the turnip. It's not that bad. But yeah, their website, well, kind of adequate. Just doesn't host the image, doesn't host the BPSs. I don't know why. So it seems like a weird choice to me. That if you want to be like a repository of stuff, but it turns out just be a link clearinghouse. Also, for their contest, they allowed IPS format for some reason. Like, it always amazes me when someone rolls up with an IPS, because, like, what are you doing? Join the, like, 20th century, buddy. Not to say IPSs don't have their time and place, but the time and place is quite old. You may as well hand me something that's, like, UU encoded for all that good that is. Like, the era of the IPS is over, except for NES hacks for technical and irritating reasons. Mostly because no one has the exact same ROM files, as it turns out. I suppose, like, the good and smart thing would be, like, to make a pseudo BPS format that just ignores the header bytes. Or you provide your own header bytes, but, like, that's a pain in the butt. Because, like, unlike the SNES, like, SNES ROMs, barring... SNES ROMs don't really have a header. They have the quote-unquote header that is part of the ROM itself. That is actually in the ROM. Like, if you were to hook up a ROM copier and read it out, you'd see it in the first bank at the bottom of it. But, like, for the NES, you actually really do need those headers. The INES headers or the NES 2.0 headers that explain how this ROM is supposed to run, because there's too many configurations of carts for the NES. Unlike the SNES, which has a few. But, like, expansion chips were not nearly as popular on the NES, or the SNES, as they were on the NES, I think for obvious reasons. Like, the SNES provides more stuff already, so... I keep thinking those are semi-solid. Why do I keep thinking they were semi-solid? Not to mention, like, an awful lot of the stuff on the NES is to provide extra graphical capabilities. By, like, scanline watching, or providing stuff that just isn't available. Like, I'd like a multiplier. Because the NES doesn't have one of those. I'd like support for doing BCD arithmetic. NES doesn't have that, famously, due to some sort of lawsuit and copyright issue. It's like actually on the mask ROM if you look at their version of 6502. It's just diked off, so no one can use it. Well... I don't have a good way of doing that. Really wish I could call my shot there, but I haven't gotten past the purple shy spitter. What are those things called again? Shyper? What do they call them? Sniffit. Sniffit, that's it. The purple Sniffit. Took me a minute to remember my Mario RPG lore. How'd I learn all this? Get a hand of a developer manual for the console? I've been friends with Fiskbit for damn near 20 years. Basically, if there's a lull in the conversation, he will explain to you the intricacies of some part of the NES that he has recently discovered. That is entirely the answer. How you doing, Fries? I mean, I've also done a little bit of hacking myself. I know a little bit from that. And there are reasonable, like, manuals you can look on online. Like, you can go read the Pandocs. I think No Cache is still hosting those. Which explains a lot of the basic stuff, if you want to learn about it. And I do believe the developer stuff has been leaked. I know the SNES developer docs have been leaked, which has been handy a few times. Like, I wanted to verify something very specific about how the SA1 was intended to work with the amount of RAM it could have. Like, what was its actual RAM cap? And yeah, I could go look at the developer manual. You are talking a lot on the internet. IRL might say 100 words on a good... Fair enough. Well, that sucks. It happens. I mean, do you live, like, in the Nordic area? Those people don't talk, ever. That's, like, the thing they're known for, is, like, being laconic. There we go. Got my one wiggle down. One wiggle. That's all it takes. The jump on getting hit is also weird. I don't know if I'm buffering something or if that's just what the game does. State of perseverance. Don't say nothing. Don't start nothing. That's fair. Don't start nothing. Won't be nothing. Leave us a line for Men in Black. I like that movie. I think it might be my favorite Will Smith movie. But it might just be the fact that I like seeing Will Smith get beaten up. I'm not really sure what the deal with that is. Okay. Wait. I bet it's running off instead of jumping. That's probably what you're supposed to do there, and I've been making a fool of myself for the last, like, 30 minutes. Was watching a Techmoan video, and there was a trivia question. It basically is an 8-track trivia robot, which is kind of a cool concept. Shouldn't have taken a hit there. And one of the questions was in what series might you find Moonbase Alpha? And it was like Star Trek, something 1991. And it wasn't Star Trek, that's all I knew. But I can't help but think of those Moonbase Alpha as inaccurate simulation things when I listen to this track. John Madden! Mark. My Rufflecopter goes swoosh, 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 etc. Truly, TTS will never, ever stop being funny. As a kid, we really did enjoy the TTS that came bundled with, like, Windows 95. Alright. Chuck drops from item box. I did implement that once, actually. Somewhere lost in the doldrums of Twitter. I think Friday came up with the idea of saying things that would just spawn. And so I made that work. With some help from Squiggles, because you know how to get the Windows API for that working. So altogether, it took a few minutes of our time, but it was funny. Okay. That wasn't it. I'm definitely ready for a different character, tell you that much. Who knows, maybe when I get Toad, I'll be like, oh man, I missed Luigi. Luigi! Luigi? I still love how in Brawl, every time you pick Luigi, the announcer just seems confused. You picked Luigi? Okay. Almost. And Luigi is such a weirder character in Smash just because, like, of what he does. Like, Mario has a lot of iconic things. Luigi is afraid of ghosts. That's really it. Like, he doesn't have a large wheelhouse of stuff to pull from. Like, Mario has had, like, 1,000,000 jobs, has Flood. I mean, to be fair, they did make Dr. Mario independently of Mario, but, you know. It's still worth it to try to do things the way you want to do them, to learn the process. It was, I bombed it. Anyway. What I'm really learning is I probably should have just gone and played Slay the Toho instead. Nope. Now, being further over on the log solves that bit bonking problem to some extent. Okay. I had it down for half a minute. It felt nice. Alright. That was way too early. That's good. I haven't gotten hit there in a while. Alright, well. This might be a shorter tour. Been playing Dragon Quest VII Reimagined for 22 hours straight. Battles can be a bit tedious, but it feels like you constantly mash A 1,000 times. Just learned the plus is an auto battle button. Going so loudly the house shook. Or it was probably the house. It was probably you. That's actually really funny. And of course reminds me of the end of Sonic Unleashed, where you have to press O 100 times, or X 100 times, to beat the final boss. There's literally a counter on the screen. Because, why not? What was the game where I learned that? The thing is, sometimes just having a turbo controller makes all the difference. Squiggles, I'm better at Final Fantasy V than Squiggles is, which isn't saying that much. But, he frequently will catch up to me because he has access to a turbo controller, and I do not. Which is just kind of funny. Being able to not having to mash your way through conversations. And having to instantly, do battles is kind of nice. There we go. I'm a moron. I think the biggest problem is I just have to wait for, things to line up in this, which takes forever. I want, more of the sections that had Mario, where I wasn't waiting for other things, I was just doing stuff. To be fair, I could start lining up my jump here a lot earlier. No. Ugh. Again, I get hit there. I don't usually do that. But yeah, I can definitely see the value, at least in... Oh no. For, people who don't want to spend the time doing the classic JRPG grind. I don't blame people for not wanting to have the classic experience, especially after how much fun I had playing Super Metroid, regular old Metroid yesterday. God, he is so slippery! Luigi is basically like Yoshi in terms of his hover, That's what they should have given him for a recovery move in Smash. We just have him flop his legs around a la Yoshi, instead of his, weird uppercut. I went too early. Think about that. It just makes sense. Because again, they don't have a whole lot to draw on for Luigi. Luigi sure doesn't deliver a lot of uppercuts in this game. Okay. Square up. Oh! I've been doing it wrong. Okay, I think I understand what I'm supposed to do here. I think. There we go. Much easier. Much easier. Okay, not so much on that. But hey, I learned something. I'm learning. I kept wondering why that's there. and then trying to do something that was even harder than what I needed to do. Like, Glitch isn't a sadist. What was I thinking? Anyway. Oh, that actually worked. Alright. More easy timing there. Madden. Okay. So we just do this. Alright, well now I have to do it the hard way. It's okay though, I needed to practice this anyway. Okay, I gotta go a little bit later. That was a gamer move. Which one? Learning? Because if so, I could agree. What's up, jQuery? Nothing better for a gamer than learning things! Literacy! It's what's for dinner! What was it? The real power's in the books! Books are like bullets for your mind! Message! The stalling, oh thanks. The thing is, with Luigi, it turns out all of this is really just stalling. It's the way of the Luigi. It is, of course, not the year of Luigi. It never will be the year of Luigi. Just like the year, it'll never be the year of Linux at the desktop. It'll one day be the year of Linux on the desktop, and surprisingly soon, unfortunately. Probably. Like, Windows gotta get its shit in order if I'm going on Windows 11, I tell you what. I was reading today that, like, Elgato is gonna stop supporting Windows 10, and people are like, pointing out, you do know that, like, half of people are still using Windows 10, right? Like, ain't nobody actually upgrading. You could say end of service all you want, but no dice. And it's kind of silly, like, the driver model is not evolving that quickly. Like, I don't think the driver model for most of this stuff has changed substantially since 7. Like, the big, really big change, driver model-wise, was when an awful lot of the stuff went into user mode out of the changes they made in Vista. Like, that was the big thing. And it probably did make things more stable, ultimately, though it was a painful transition. Basically, the more shit you can move out of the kernel, the more likely it is your computer won't crash when something goes wrong. So why is font rendering still in the kernel? Good question. Don't ask me. Regret migrating, looking into Linux? Yep. It's gonna happen. Especially since, like, Steam has been doing massive pushes in that direction. Like, Valve making, like, the Steam handheld thing, whatever that's called, like a first-class citizen on the stores. Like, it's actually getting more common there be a Windows and Linux release than a Windows and Mac OS release. But to be fair, part of that is just the Mac OS ecosystem has become incredibly annoying to work in. What? Why did you jump? Everybody wants the code signing, like you have to have a Mac in order to be able to publish a Mac binary, that kind of nonsense. Just like, really, bro? There we go. The only thing holding you back is the competitive graphics card and Elgato. Yeah. I'd be surprised if there's not, like, good Elgato drivers by now, but who knows. What Microsoft should learn is how to listen to their community. User voice was good idea. It was once... But it was... When it was seen as Microsoft, they didn't even listen. Why bother? Yeah. Set these up for the stream. Yeah. I mean, there was a point in time where they had marginally better leadership. What's really sad is, like, Ballmer was ultimately a better CEO than the people they have now. And that should just make people sad. don't know how to do that. Vibe coding everything. No wonder it's coming. Well, not merely vibe coding, but like removing things that were good to make way for things that are easier for people to program. Case in point, the start button being a React app. The start button is an instance of Chrome. Not even IE. Chrome. That kind of nonsense. Like, seriously. Now, to be fair, the reason I'm doing it is because it's much cheaper to get people who could shit out bad React code than it was to get people who could do anything in C++ land. A lot cheaper. But, like, it's the fucking start button, bro! It's the most commonly used button on your whole system. It's the most important thing in your whole system to some extent. Like, if you want to see the key insight, and including, like, what about jokes like, why do you press the start button when you're gonna shut down? That doesn't make any sense. I'm not starting anything. Like, they've published the Windows 95 documentation stuff that they did about, like, design and all of that jazz. And it's fascinating because they did a lot of user research and spent a lot of time, like, actually thinking through these things opposed to saying, hey, why don't we just let some random-ass developer make this choice? The step from 3.1 to 95 was without a doubt the biggest change in UI ever. And, like, we're throwing away the good parts. For Pete's sake. I'm never gonna make that. Doesn't matter, I still don't know how to make this. Okay, I made that. Now what? Ah, I see. I missed. 2, 1. Didn't matter! Freebie. Alright, so what's going on over here? Doesn't matter. Did not mention that framework. I know the guy who invented it, as it turns out. He went to college when I did. And yeah, no, I'm not terribly happy about that. What? Why do I want a bomb? Oh, that's why I want a bomb. Yeah. Use Visual Studio Code. They implemented schema comparison for SQL Server from Visual Studio without being able to sort or copy the results. It's simply a data grid you can't interact with. Of course, you should be angry. It's terrible. It's legitimately terrible. One of my least favorite things is when someone's like, well, there's always been bad code. It's like, no, there's just been a lot more recently. For some reason, I can't imagine why. That made it? Huh? I think I could jump. That jump was makeable. I wanted to jump off of him. There we go. I anticipated it would be a bomb. Now, the bigger problem is I probably shouldn't have done that. But yeah, no, very little care and thought. And like, this is something people use daily. It's kind of insulting to them that you're gonna put so little care and thought into it. Like, it's one of those things to keep in mind whenever you write some code is like, people will run this, and they will be dependent upon it. That was really not what I wanted. Okay, so that... Let's see what else. And then this is just a little gauntlet. Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. It's a short room compared to the last one. Oh, wait. Oh, darn it. Porcupine! Yeah, no, I probably need to take a shot at some point there. Hardware shitification efforts last couple of years. I mean, what it correlates to is incredibly obvious. It does not take a rocket scientist to figure this out. Or even a rocket surgeon. I keep thinking that'll work, and it never does. There's something so very, like, satisfying about throwing bombs in this game, and I don't know why. Most games, throwing bombs kind of sucks. Like Mario, Actually, no, this game, when you draw up a full bomb, it sucks. No, Mario World, like, throwing bombs is not nearly as satisfying. Maybe because they're not really bombs. Just common sense, yeah. I couldn't throw it. Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb. At least... Oh, God. I got carried. Was not ready. Do I need to duck jump there? Maybe I need to duck jump there. There we go. That's what I wanted to do, not get carried. Yeah, I think I need a duck jump off this critter. The fact that the bomb exploded really was the part that made that the best death. Anyway. That is such a satisfying move. And that was not. But yeah, it's one of those things where Microsoft, they used to say you need to be eating your own dog food. And what they meant was that you need to be using the product that you're currently building. So if you were working on Windows, you'd be using a beta of the next Windows to develop on. If you're working in Exchange, well, you're going to be on the dog food Exchange server, so we can see whether or not sending email works. And so on and so forth. Allegedly came from an urban legend about a guy who owned a CEO of a dog food company who had, would eat the food to demonstrate that it wasn't that bad. But I don't know for sure. But the thing is that when your devs are not willing to eat their own dog food is when we really have a problem. And, like, Vista had this problem. Nobody was willing to use Vista as a developer. I'd be curious if internally, like, you have people... Oh, hey, that worked. Who are happy to use Vista internally. And I got lucky and that guy despawned. Cool. Keys, hurt things, right? There we go. Alright, so what do we got here? See plant number 1. Right, that doesn't work that way. Working on newer products, you still use crystal reports? I mean, you could do a lot worse. It's a piece of software you've not heard of in 7 years. So, you want to hear a good one. I've got a copy on my bookshelf of Visual Source Safe. One of the best products of all time in the sense that none of the words are true. It's not visual. There's a command line interface. It's not source, because it doesn't give you the source. You have to bring your own source. It's not safe, because it just straight up isn't. Whoops. Whoops. Okay, well, we've learned important things. Like, we're learning the structure of this fight before we're actually achieving it. Go through there, jump way across here, and then have better aim. See, that isn't that hard. I used Visual Source Safe exactly once in my whole life. That was enough. It just is not a very good product, and that's why, like, nobody ever used it. Like, seriously. That's 2. Never actually used Crystal Reports. Or Access. I've never actually used Access either, but I imagine Access is actually pretty decent. Relatively speaking. Oh my god, we're out of the room. We did it. Peach! I am so excited for Peach. Oof, Access. I mean, the thing about Access is it's not bad for what it does, is kind of the key thing. I needed to learn a lesson here. Okay, so when you jump... Whoops. was fun when learning about databases. I mean, yeah, the thing is it just worked well. Oh, whoops. Like, the problem is Access worked too well. Access and Visual Basic basically meant people who were experts in a specific domain could build the little bits of software they needed, even if they weren't very good. So like an awful lot of dentists around, like, back in the day would run software that was built off of Access and Visual Basic. And it was clear that it was done that way. Wow. It's functional. I mean, that's the thing. It's functional enough. Shouldn't use it in projects. Your supplier is still using Access. That's funny. I mean, to be fair, I'm not much better in this respect, because basically whenever I need any kind of tooling, I reach for SQLite. Doesn't matter if it makes sense. I just need something persistent, and SQLite works. That's just all there is to it. Is it the best in class for everything ever? Probably not, but it works. It works well. In fact, my website runs off of SQLite entirely. I could install, like, a real database, but why? I don't know if I needed that little hop there. Oh, hello. SQLite is the GOAT. Oh, it is. It absolutely is. Like, it just does all of the things. It does them well. Like, it's really hard to argue against I'm going to be using SQLite when it's just there for the taking. Fun fact. One of the documents that was supposed to be provided, like, the thing I was working on yesterday was this gigantic checklist that this corporation wants for this contracting unit I'm working with about security and all this stuff. And one of the questions was like, do you have a code of conduct? And I'm like, there's like 6 people in this company. No, they don't have a code of conduct. I suggested they use SQLite's, because I think SQLite's code of conduct is hilarious. Because it's based upon, like, a specific order of monks. Alright, I need a super jump. Oh, okay, well that's what I need to do. And they're like, we don't actually hold anyone but ourselves to this, so, but this is what it is in the case that someone needs a checklist item for code of conduct. Here is our code of conduct, or code of ethics as they call it. I hate you, Sniffit. What if Sniffits are predictable? Right, because those have collision. That's really annoying. That's what the first room's trying to teach you, of course, is that keys and other objects have collision. Okay, good. Purple one's orbit. Dang it. That is a weird trick where you, like, throw a shell and have it go through yourself and then land on it. Oh, yeah. Well, that wasn't the smartest of things I've ever done. Anyway. But yeah, I did Metroid hacking today and worked on a document for Peoples. Again, some of the requirements in there were really funny. Like, things relating to physical access. I'm like, they use cloud for everything. This company is too small to have physical access, aside from, like, the house that some of them live in. Like, that's not much. But it's one of those questionnaires. Do you practice best? Yeah, I didn't think I could make that work. Really just one of those documents that's like, we have the document that proves that you have the documents that cover our asses. That's really all that kind of thing means. Okay, I think what's happening is I'm throwing it with velocity when I don't want to throw it with velocity. I just want to throw it. Like, you have two different arcs you can throw on, which is, one is like a straight rightish angle. Not rightish angle, but like... yeah, that. Gotta remember to let go of Y without letting go of B, which is a bad habit of mine. Really wish it wasn't a sniffet, but I'm pretty sure I know why mechanically it has to be a sniffet. For that little bonus hop. No, I gotta go faster. I gotta throw that a lot earlier is what I need to do. Bum. Anyway. Okay. Gotta throw earlier. What's nice is, unlike the last section I was in, like, I have a pretty good idea of how I'm messing up most of the things I'm doing here. Okay. The fact that he dies when I've messed that up is such a bizarre mechanic. Closer. I failed the super jump. Yeah, okay, so I want to be high. I want to be much higher than I've been so that I can throw at a lower angle. Maybe. I'm still working my way through this. I want to be a little bit further over. Okay, that little bit further over doesn't actually help because I'm not able to land on the sniffet. There we go. That is the mechanic as I'm supposed to exercise it. I was on it. I just needed to not left-right. I think I'm getting there. This is still less painful than playing Metroid. I was too slow. Right. There's an important detail about, like, hovering. You need to, like, jump again before you hover, so you can't just walk off ledges sometimes. It's an important detail that actually can matter. Glitch Cat told me about that when I was doing some Subcon 2 playing. I'd call it testing, but was it really? Again, another reason I'm doing this now is I want to play Return to Subcon 2 when it comes out. And I feel like I should play the original to completion. And it's not that long if you're not terrible at Mario 2. Which means I might be at this for a bit. Okay. It's so weird that it dies. Right, I forgot about that mechanic. You could pick up the shell again and throw it again from the air, which is what you need to do there after floating. Being big is not really going to help me with the parts I'm having trouble with. That's the other downside, is like, if you get hit, you can't really do much about that. But maybe I'll just finish the section and it won't matter. There we go. Didn't actually do the thing, and it's Mouser time. Oh crap. Oh crap. Ah. Oh, come on. It didn't even get on there. It bounced off, just barely. I'd like to thank the concept of extra lives in general. I just, like, made that bounce off of it. It's like, nope, no bombs here. I might have to go out and catch one, is what it looks like. Based upon... hello. Get rid of that. I want to keep my platform pristine. Oh, there we go. Mouser, so much easier than actually platforming. Would have been embarrassing to die there. I beat World 1. It only took an hour and a half. And I skipped a couple of the really important tricks. And oh god, it's a bomb. Alright, well, let's take a look at the lay of the land. Right, you can jump down. Okay, so that's just a bomb. Alright, whatever. Yeah, I wanted to see about that. Let me see if that person replied. Because I messaged someone. Saw on GlitchCat's Discord. Someone had gone to a Japanese used game store. And I was curious if it was Super Potato or not. Because it sure looks like Super Potato. And Super Potato is nice, don't get me wrong, but it's like, if you're in Akiba, you should also go to Beep, because Beep is around the corner-ish. In the sense that, like, anything is easily findable in that place. Ow. But I just like the fact that it's stylized, like, all caps. Beep! I think it stands for something, but I don't know what it stands for. I went to a thing and they were displaying the new game they were making, or at least producing, or something. I pressed Y. But basically they own the rights to the game series Shoot 'em Up, I guess Shoot 'em Up Cotton. And so they were showing off their new game, and I don't know if it's come out yet. That was almost a year ago. They also gave me a bag. I really appreciate anybody who gives me a bag at an event where I'm going to end up with a lot of stray paper. Just walk on Snake. I literally need to step on Snake. Alright, I successfully stepped on Snake. And then stepped on Spike. Anyway. I don't think anything else that's really cool that's in the works, but not really. Like, basically the only things that are interesting coming up are that I might have to go to the East Coast again if the contract comes through with the government agency, so I can't say too much about that. But if it does, I'll need to go travel the East Coast. Which I hope doesn't happen till, like, at least after April 1st, because my sister's coming to town, the one that has one of the ones that has a kid, and it'd be fun to go and do some things that are fun for kids. Like, I haven't been to the Science Center in ages, and I think it'd be a good excuse to go. I don't know how much he likes science, he likes planets. But... interesting, there's different rates of quicksand. Alright, I'm gonna guess that's a bomb. Shoot. Yeah, I just wasn't watching. And then hop on Sneck. I wasn't actually on top of the Shy Guy, as it turned out. So I'm going to play some more Pokemon tomorrow, but it looks like it's tenuous at best. One of those, I might do that, or I might wander off and play pinball. There's a Stern thing that expires on Saturday that I kind of want to try to do. It's mostly just reaching thresholds on some certain machines. But I have to go find those machines to make that work. A couple of them are kind of annoying to get to. Like, there's not really a good, like, Elvira machine. There's not a good Munsters machine in Seattle. Like, basically your options for some of those is to go to either Capitol Hill or West Seattle, and I don't want to go to the friggin' Admiral. Thankfully, there's a Metallica that's not in Georgetown anymore. That one's in Ballard, which is significantly less annoying. And, of course, there's exactly one Aerosmith. And since Coindexter's is closed, I have yet to go back to Houndstooth. It's a nice enough place, just out of the way pinball-wise compared to what it once was. Like, because Coindexter's was around the corner, I could easily justify going to both when I needed something specific. Then a convenient Deadpool and Avengers. Because now when I want that fix, I just go to Olaf's. Oh my god, it's only 3 high. Is there something about jumping 3 high that doesn't work well with bombs? Do I need to do a super jump? I don't have time for a super jump with a bomb, do I? What's really irritating is I'd love to play the Black Knight Sword of Rage Premium, but, like, there's only one of them in Seattle, and it's at the friggin', like, Narwhal, and I'm not going to the fucking Narwhal. Because my suspicion is the machine is not going to be in a good state of repair. That bounce robbed me. And it's at the friggin' Narwhal. In Capitol Hill, and it's like a clown-themed bar. Ooh, that's annoying. Like, I don't really go to Shorty's either for the same kind of reason. I just like clowns. But Shorty's supposed to be more like Coney Island themed, which I guess is less annoying, but I don't know. Either way. Other day I was trying to get, do the things. The basic idea is this month is you need to get cumulative scores in multiplayer. And so I ended up playing Godzilla with one of the people I play. It's like, you want to play this game? I'll play, usually when he's there, I'll play a game or two with him. Or many. He's like, you want to play this old school game? I'm like, yeah, sure, but I just did this thing. You want to play a quick game of Godzilla? It's like, alright. We both just completely shit the bed. Like, less than 10 mil per person. And we only needed 50 mil between the two of us, which shouldn't be hard. Second one, like, we set the high scores on that table, which is nice. I don't play enough Godzilla these days, mostly because I've just been focusing on other machines. I really like X-Men a bit. Probably a bit too much in all honesty. So I play a lot of that. I wonder if I'm still top score at a couple of places I've seen X-Men recently. But yeah, I haven't decided exactly what I'm going to do with tomorrow. Kind of depends upon how well my document is received. I spent a couple hours on that tonight. I'm not sure there's more than a couple hours to spend, but it really depends upon what other requirements they want to add. They're supposed to, like, throw this document across the fence as a first swing today. Or Friday. So we'll see. Just feel the goo encroaching. Doop. Now what? That is so mean. even sure how you're supposed to get over there in time with that. The thing is, I know Glitch was like, yes, this is going to be close and it's going to be hilarious when you miss it like 4 times. And he's right, it kind of is. Missing on the bounce is such a weird experience. You're like, oh, yeah, I got there. No, you didn't. Yeah, no, Sparrow. This is kind of relevant. In an attempt to spend, like, just less time fucking about, decided to stop trying to use my phone when on the can, at least at home. So I've left a book there to read. Been rereading Garth Nix's Seventh Tower series, only partway through the Red Book. The basic idea is people use sunstones to do cool light prism-y magic, and his dad disappears, and he needs a good sunstone to be able to take his mom to Healing Central. But of course, the world is against him. So, he has to go and take efforts to find a new one. I see that cherry. That cherry's probably very relevant. Let's get the cherry. What I find interesting is that, of course, wait, that's... Oh, no, I understand. Oh, I understand. Okay. 1, 2... I need to do is, like, dig through to have him drop down, but I didn't do it right. That is hard. Wait, how am I supposed to do that? Wait, I can do... No, I don't have to do it that way. Wait, no. No, you do have to do it that way. Okay, I don't understand something here. Because I can't jump after digging, right? Like, if I dig... Yeah, I just fall down. There has to be something I can do about that. Well, I already missed the cherry. We may as well see more of the level so I can figure out what I'm up against. What is this? It's an item, okay. That's probably what you're supposed to do there, and I can collect both of these cherries guilt-free. Okay. And then this is another item, but I probably shouldn't have burned that yet. Well, at least I won't continue doing that. Oh my! Huh. Never quite know how tall I am in this game. Okay, how am I supposed to do this? How can I dig something and not immediately fall down? Like, there has to be a trick to it. Like, there legitimately has to be a trick to this that I'm not seeing. Stand on the half tile? I'm trying. I don't think that that's it. Ow. Like, that seems like the right option, because that's like what you would do in Mario World, right? Or you'd try to do like a one-frame block jumper. I was thinking maybe get under the ninja, but that doesn't seem effective. Maybe the other side? No. Dig while running? I could try that. I'm ultimately not going to be surprised if there's not a bunch of SMW or SMB1, 2 savants in chat, just because, like, who plays this game? It's like 3 people, which, I want to say Ceocadelic for some reason. And then there's another person whose name escapes me. Like, there's just not that many Mario 2 people who do hacks and things. Ah, yeah, I think you're onto something with that. I think you're onto something. I can work with this. There we go. There we go. Success. Okay, so now we do that. Imagine being good at games. Wouldn't it be nice? Okay, from here I can angle that. Not sure it's gonna work. Okay, getting rid of one I think is good enough. What was I supposed to do with that? Was the bomb a trap? No, I need to dig first. Oh my, okay. You set up bombs? That's true, you can. I just wasn't ready for it. What's up, Soap Agent? How you doing? I was trying to do a drive-by digging. Did not accomplish. All my shooting speed drive-bys, as MC Hawking once famously said. Whoops! Something MC Hawking also famously said. Not bad, been a while, don't usually have Twitch open at 1 AM. Not fair. Things do change. There we go. But it's always entertaining, always nice to see some of the old names. New name's good too. Old name's also good. Unless they have anything to do with Man of Steel, in which case they're frequently not very good to see and old, but you know. Looks like your hitbox doesn't change. Yeah, it's kind of cruel. It's a weird choice. One of these days, I need to, just for the love of it, play through like Doki Doki Panic and just see what it is. Oh, hello. Oh, sup DJ Ambient folks. Let me do the thing. I guess Fries is here. I could have let him do his job. Raid time. Sup Grimshade. Sup GGMB. Thank you for the raid. How was the stream? What were you up to? Hope it was something fun. In Doki Doki, you don't actually shrink. They added that when they Mario-fied. Oh, that makes sense. Too late, Fries. Too late. Well, maybe when I get close to when I'm feeling done, we'll load up Doki and see how it works. Playing Luigi's Adventure? Oh, isn't that, that's one of those Japanese hacks, right? Or am I thinking of a different thing, like Luigi's Misadventure? Whoops. No! Well... Taka's version, old school. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, SO works once. So basically the way it works is it knows who the last raider was. And if it's the person's already been shouted out, it takes care of it and just doesn't allow it happen again. Doesn't allow it to happen again. It was weird. I played like one of the QLDC levels was like a tribute, or CLDC levels. It all blends together after a while. Was a tribute to Luigi's Adventure, and I was like surprised to see that. Basically, I was confused until Max explained it to me. And then I wasn't confused anymore. Okay, that worked out better. I can't do the things. Streaming along with a few checkpoints and some bullshit then? Yeah, it sounds about right. I don't remember there being exactly one bullshit jump, but it was extremely long with no checkpoints. Yeah, I think it was CLDC. because I played it around the same time I played Easy Difficulties Magnum Opus, recent Magnum Opus. The Try Not to Die, or whatever it was called. Which, honestly, I think Easy Difficulty would make some people very happy if you just took that whole level, cleaned it up a bit, and submitted it as a hack. The concept is good, I just don't think it was good for a contest. Especially, like, in a contest where, like, how do I even judge something I can only see a small percentage of? The basic idea is, at the beginning, you rolled 4 rooms? 5 rooms? And you had, like, 8 lives to beat it. All of it. Which, is tricky, as you might imagine, because they're easy difficulty levels. And easy difficulty, despite the name, generally prefers to make things that are really hard. He's grown a lot as a creator, though. I have great appreciation for his efforts. Because, like, his initial stuff was formulaic and irritating. And he's grown beyond that. Like, people actually want to play his hacks, because they don't all... I'm dead, aren't I? That was the longest bomb. But, like, people were really enjoying one of his more recent hacks. I forget what it was called. Go Away Snake. It was called Go Away Snake. But I had a lot of really good ideas. Right. Hitbox. And unique ASM and unique designs, whereas previously it was like, do you want to play the exact same level, like, 50 times while listening to Airman's song? And then you have to fight a really annoying Bowser. That was literally it. Like, he had 3 hacks that were that. I moderated at least one of them. But then he started making good stuff, which, you know what? Awesome. Somehow I remember doing this. Don't fall in the hole. Okay. Come back, Zinc. Wait, you can't jump off vines. Oh my god, okay. That isn't as hard as it looks. I just need to practice it. We'll just do it one more time to see if I've got the rhythm down. Okay, yeah, I should have practiced that before getting the star, man. Say la vie. You can, but it's frame perfect. This is not a frame perfect type hack, so I should not be required to do that. There's exactly one place in this entire, like, game, this entire ROM hack, where I know that the answer is bad, where I know that there is something that's dumb. Everything else, GlitchCat designed very purposefully and without a large amount of cruelty. Difficulty, sure, but not cruelty. If you played this, you know what level I'm talking about. That's it. So I'm not expected to do a frame-perfect jump. I know that already. It occurs to me, I'm gonna have to wait around for that anyway. May as well get something useful done while I'm waiting. Looks beatable. Had in mind a picture like Search for... Oh, goodness, no. This is not Search for Salmon. Like, Search for Salmon or Various Dragons are when Glitch is, like, entertaining his, like, most, what can I do that makes it really challenging for me, him. You selected you, me, indicating you. That is incorrect. The correct answer is you. Making something that would be challenging for him. This is not an easy SMB2 hack, but, like, nothing is unfair. There we go. Like, everything has a solution, just sometimes you need to see it. I haven't actually played it. Watched a lot of speedruns of it a long time ago. Yeah. Oh, not Luigi. Okay, except for Luigi sections. Luigi sections are really annoying because he handles like a boat. Bomb. Pumpkin. Luigi is actually secretly a boat. The funny thing is that you say that, and I immediately have forgotten what Simpsons reference I was making. Oh, the you have selected you indicating me. Yes, that is incorrect. tried to make your own Kaizo SMB2 ROM hack. Started before Subcon came out. Took a break, unfortunately. Started with 13 and had first hack syndrome. Ah, yes. Also the zinc. Yes. Also the zinc. That's true. So the funny thing about the comeback zinc is it's actually referencing a real, like, film strip that people would have to watch in class. Except it's about springs. And has a little spring gremlin that removes springs. It's incredibly bizarre. Dang it. SMB2 hacks that are good and not like Kaizo-y would definitely recommend checking out the Yellow Submarine hack, if for no other reason than to be impressed at the fact that they made music on the NES that was so good that YouTube's copyright checker actually captures it as Beatles music. Which is frankly astounding. Just look up the soundtrack on YouTube, because it is so good. No, I didn't know it either until I think Fiskbit told me about it. Because it's a weird little reference. You can find that the springs. Just look up No Springs on YouTube. Whoops. Well, that wasn't what I should have done. I assume that's what that was. That definitely is what it was for, because otherwise this... I was close! That's the best I've done on a section like that. Tried it, it was neat, but not a fan of the Beatles. That's fair. That being said, the ports are good. Like, the thing is, I like the Beatles, and the Yellow Submarine as a movie is one of my favorite animations to watch. Like, it's just a really well-done piece. The funny thing about it is that the Beatles weren't involved at all. They had taken a three-film deal with United. Artists United, I believe? Which used to be a big syndicate. And after doing Help, and I think Magic Mystery Tour, they basically were like, we're done doing films. Films suck. We just want to make music. And so I want to say their producer, manager was like, well, just make a cartoon. We could just like license your faces and let the artists take care of it. And so they did. Except the people working on it really were like, holy shit, it's a Beatles cartoon! We need to make this good. And so they did. And the Beatles were actually astounded. Like, legitimately surprised. Is that gonna respawn? What was the point of that bird? How? A case of spring fever. There you go. Well, that wasn't what I wanted. Christ! Be fun to watch? Yeah, definitely watch it. Nope. But yeah, anyway, the Beatles saw the end result. They didn't even do voice acting. They had other people do their voice acting. And so, yeah, they basically showed up at the very end to do a little bit. Just a little live action bit right at the end of the movie. Which is cute. It's cute. But it's completely superfluous and unnecessary. If the movie had ended at It's All Too Much, it would have been fine. This part does seem like some BS, yeah. I'm not really sure... There we go. Luigi handles like a boat. An airboat. A zeppelin, if you will. She handles like a bistro. Anyway. I really enjoyed the Mario 2 hack. Just a matter of getting past the glove. Since it was more of a standard hack, you would get teleported back to... Okay, that I don't understand. You get teleported back to the very beginning whenever you died, or very beginning of the world whenever you died, and I just could not get past the dreadful flying glove. Me and it did not see eye to eye, or eye to hand. Luigi, your favorite to play outside of Peach in the vanilla game? They feel differently. I loved Peach when I played as a kid, but I think that's just the floating is right, I need to climb up there. Maybe not? Nope, I don't know what to do here. Maybe I could wiggle through there without the vine? Maybe the vine is a trap? Nope. I feel like the Luigi parts of this are the hardest to figure out. I wonder if I can just make that. I'm gonna try that next time I land there and just see if I can just make it going to the right, and that other vine is a trap. I played this several years ago, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember most of the levels. Bizarrely enough. No, you'll lose too much momentum on the right side of that. How do you do this? Is there anything else that might spawn that would help? Do you just run into the wall? 8-frame window to ladder jump? Oh, well that's actually interesting. Peace out, it's almost 5 a.m. or 3 a.m. Oh, nice, well, thank you for coming by. Sleep well. Yeah, I'm just still thinking about them beans. I'm letting go of B during that. Why am I letting go of B? That probably is what's going wrong, maybe? Maybe I need more momentum. If I go to the left and come back to the right, I'll move a little faster, perhaps? I know there's a way to, like, glitch yourself into a secret room here in this level, but I don't know how to do it. I know it's part of the speedrun because it's faster than doing the actual level. Do. No, I was thinking maybe I was bonking because of the heights involved, but it just seems really tight. I've beaten this once before, I just don't know how. Like, I feel like I just need to keep running myself into there and hoping that I'll get the... just hoping that I'll get the wall clip, but I don't really see that working. Like, I'm maximally up. Ooh. I might have to look up a speedrunner playthrough, because I'm actually lost as to what I could do here that would make a difference. Like, I was thinking maybe duck jumping onto that, but, like, I don't think I can duck jump at any point in time here. Wait. Crouch on the line. You know what? You're right. Maybe I can do that. Yeah. Wait, no, I think I immediately lost the state. I don't think you can leave the vine in a crouching state. That seems insane. Whatever I did was not good. But I did exit the vine in a crouching state, so there's that. I don't know what... Can you crouch after you jump? Is that a thing? No. I could throw myself off the vine, but that seems to... I think I understand? Maybe? I think I understand. So what's happening is I can kind of duck off of the vine, but it was causing me to bonk, which would send me directly down to the right. So what I need to do is, like, not that. This is a weird feeling thing, and I don't know what to say about it yet. What did I do there? I don't understand what I did. That looked like the right thing to do. I just don't know what it was. Looked like a vine jump, but I got no height. Exactly. Like, I did the right thing on accident, I think. I don't understand how I succeeded. Nope, that was the same. Basically what it looked like is I managed to move quicker off the vine. Anybody actually knows, feel free to chime in. Or chime echo, one or the other. Oh. Getting warm. Which is weird, because I turned off the heater. Just the back CD. No, I've been asking for help. I'm fine with that. There are certain games where, like, I want to solve it all on my own. But here is like, if I'm yelling, hey, if anyone has advice, throw it out. Feel free to throw it out. This ain't a puzzle game. Like, if this was Myst, I'd be annoyed. This isn't Myst. Maybe if when I'm climbing, in the process of climbing, get extra height? Thought you were trolling you earlier? With which thing? I mean, to be fair, Fry's just naturally trolls. It's just in his nature. At least half of it. I mean, if you understand what to do here, I'm not going to complain if someone tells me, because, like, this seems weird. Like, I think there's a key difference between being told the answer to a puzzle and being told about a mechanic in a platformer that's not remotely obvious. Asking for help literally Fry's help. He trolled you the whole time. I mean, that's Fry's. That your first mistake was asking Fry's for help. Your second mistake was expecting to get help. Did not simply bad at English? What did you do, like, bust out ye old King James style English just to mess with him? Fries, please help me, is hard to understand. Well, it's a multi-layered question. Alright, so the most successful I've been is when I've duck jumped onto them, but I don't think that matters. No comma. I mean, to be fair, yeah, you do need the comma to make it a direct address, but you know. Hold button? I'm holding every button. I'm out of buttons to press. That's one thing that Glitch said that he would do. Was, when you're confused and don't understand the mechanic that's necessary, he would put it up here on the pause screen to make life better for people. Huh. You know, I've never actually listened to the pause music. This is a great beat. Enjoying this. Best mic on player 2. It's an AV Famicom. I can't do that. Sup, Scrumbular. Sup, Risky Fondue. LNR do nothing. I do have LNR, actually. Because I'm playing on a Super Nintendo controller. I bought a converter box like a million years ago, and I swear it was one of the best things I've ever purchased. The original NES controllers are nice and all, but they aren't. They hurt my hands. I'm old. Whereas the SNES is at least ergonomic. And the thing is that an SNES controller and an NES controller are effectively the same thing. What am I doing? I might look up a playthrough and see if I can glean what I need to learn, because I am out of ideas. At least in other areas, it was like, clearly I'm doing something wrong. Here, it's like, the one time it worked, I vine jumped. Well, it wouldn't have helped much because I would have still been stuck on the wall in the same position from the fall, but you know. The thing is, if I pull up a speedrun, I suspect the answer is they're gonna do a fucking vine jump. Fun fact, actually, I had a YouTube video get blocked recently for the level in QLDC. The last one I played called Fuck, I Slipped on the Ice. And it was literally, yeah, sorry, this is not going to be available. You need to be content blocked. And I'm like, ah, crap. So I went and re-edited it to say, I slipped on the ice instead of fuck, I slipped on the ice. And then I censored the word fuck with, can't show that in a Christian manga, which is still one of my favorite censorship devices of all time. The Serenity is actually kind of okay for what it is, but it's still really silly. Ah, it's way too early. And the whoops, can't show that in a Christian manga still amuses me to no end. Alright, let's see if I can find something explaining what to do here. But that's a TAS. I don't want a TAS. That looks way beyond where I'm at. That also looks way beyond where I'm at. That looks closer. Yeah, I bet it just it's gonna skip this section, isn't it? Like, that's what the speedrun's gonna do. I guess I could try to glitch my way into the thing. Nope. No, he's doing it. There's no input showing, but you know. Yeah, he just kind of grooves over. Like, he literally does the thing I did. I don't know how he did it, though. Like, he just literally does it. Like, he comes in from, like, the middle point. Right, let's watch it again. Okay. He climbs up to about where I'm at, and then he just kind of goes. It's not a jump, but he's gaining a little bit of height. Is he gaining height relative to his position? A tiny bit. I don't know what he's doing. Alright, well, we'll keep trying. I'll keep failing, but we'll keep trying. It's like, I'm not seeing how it works at all. He doesn't cheat his way out of it, though. He gains a little bit of height. How does he gain a little bit of height? Get off diagonally? I've been trying to get off diagonally. It's like getting off on a technicality. Wonder if Fries is trying to help us. That might be why he's been gone so long. Help me, help me. Oops. I'm trying to find any other use. Maybe pulling up Juzz's run might help. It's like, I am utterly baffled by this one mechanic. I did it right once. Prioritizing, that's fair. I'm pretty sure Fries wouldn't know the answer anyway. He doesn't play much Mario 2. Ugh. I wonder how risky a fondue would have to be. I kinda got a little bit of height off of it. I was like thinking, like, what would a risky fondue look like? Like, it'd be like a cheese fondue that's been out for like 4 hours or something. I think I just need to play around with it on like this vine and see what I can do. Okay, maybe not. Like, you see, there's a little hop there somehow. If I go straight off, there isn't, but there's a little hop I can get somehow, and I'm not seeing exactly how that works. But there's clearly a way to get a little hop. Yeah, I think you just press diagonal. I haven't been pressing diagonal properly. Like, I'm holding up and right, but maybe that's not really it? Play around more of this. Yeah, like, that doesn't seem that hard to do. You just hold up and right, and magic occurs. I wonder if it's because I'm bonking? If I'm up at the top of it. Well, that didn't help. Yeah, that's it. Just up and right. Okay. No, regular jump. Regular gun! Oh, what else? Oh, yeah. I was talking about Garth Nix. Lost track. God, that's trivial to do once you know what you're doing. See, that's why Subcon 2 is going to be so good, is like little mechanics like that will be documented. So you'll understand how to do them. As opposed to just being like, wow, what do I do now? Okay, a timing puzzle. I'm comfortable in this domain. Less comfortable in this one. Close to the end, though. Yeah, the funny thing about Garth Nix is, like, he's way better known for the Artemis Fowl series than the... Frig. Than the Seventh Tower series. To the point where, like, I couldn't actually purchase the Seventh Tower as an ebook, which I find incredibly irritating. I'm not really sure why. It's very weird to come across something that's, like, modern, that you can't get as an ebook. And I wonder if it's, like, another one of those, like, jurisdictional things where, like, oh, yeah, that was not it. It looks like, yeah, so the trick is, you were right about it being a diagonal movement. So you get this diagonal, if you kind of press up and to the right, it works. I don't know why exactly, but it works better than holding pure left. So it's making sense at least. So, I know what I'm doing wrong. Mostly. I still need to get working on not overshooting this mushroom platform, however. Because Luigi, again, steers like a bistro. Does math like a bistro, too. Such a it's such an annoying thing. Okay, just gotta calm down. I've got this. I understand everything I need to do up to a point. Except Luigi. Luigi is not winning by doing nothing. I mean, last time I tried to read a book that I couldn't get in a nice ebook format, like the only option was to download a PDF from archive.org, was Magok Valley of the Rubies, which was actually pretty good. An old school kind of like journalism thing. Dude has a jeweler friend who goes to what is known as Burma. Or was Burma? Myanmar? Whatever it's supposed to be called these days. And wants to learn about the ruby trade. And he actually kind of surprises his friend. He was talking about it and thinking about it, and like he just decides to do it. And his friend's a kind of agog. He's like, bro, I wasn't expecting you to show up. This puts a kink in my jeweling. Okay, here's the deal. You're an expert in Buddhism now. Basically, just needed to have an excuse as to why he would be there at all, so that he didn't get, like, shot. So I'm pretty sure post-World War II... I don't know if it's been indefinitely, but it's basically been under sort of a military rule for quite some time. There was a coup in the 90s, I want to say. My knowledge of that area of the world and history is a little bit lackluster, I'll be honest. I cannot stand it! I'm not a one-tile Luigi man. I messed it up. Put away, you maniac! Anyway. But that was interesting. My understanding is it's still not a terribly great place. They also export a lot of jade, surprisingly. Like jade and rubies, most commonly found in that region. The one time I would have loved to have been able to take a hit. I should probably find another good book to read and a nice non-fiction-y thing, but non-fiction got kind of depressing because I was doing too much reading about certain countries. Okay. I'm just gonna... Look at that final obstacle and I'm thinking. I'm definitely thinking. Oh, whoops. There's something there that's being funny. Wheels in my head have been turning. Unusual, a dangerous concept, I know. Played a bit of Lorcana when I was at the con. And I can't say it's bad, like, I enjoyed the one game I played. I'm certainly not going to go out and buy a starter deck and all that jazz. I've got enough board games and things I've never played. I have my Magic cards that see use once a year. Which is to say, I just end up getting more Magic cards once a year. Mini Masters. Fun format. Where am I? Okay. The problem. Luigi. The solution. This ninja. The sad part, I'm not going to be able to get on him. But the thing about it, it's all Disney cards and Disney characters. It's not like I had like 3 Gastons in my deck, along with, you know, other Disney characters I may or may not have recognized. The guy I was playing against, of course, actually plays this game and has a real deck. Shoot. And it's just kind of weird to have a game where, like, you can have both Piglet, Pooh, and Off to Battle in your hand at the same time. Piglet the Pooh just is not a battle creature. He's a bear of very little brains, and he's made of mostly sawdust and fluff. And yes, I know Kingdom Hearts too, but it does start, or Kingdom Hearts as well. But that part does start with Winnie the Pooh having an existential crisis, which is definitely a bit weird for a video game. Okay. Ninja! Unpredictable little fellows, aren't they? The art's nice, that's the best I can really say. The gameplay seems fine. I suspect it's kind of geared to be a lot simpler because, you know, it's mostly meant for children, being a Disney thing. I guess Disney adults are now a very large percentage of the audience, which I find disturbing. He did. Speaking of someone who's never played Kingdom Hearts, it does seem very much like a Disney self-insert game. It kind of is. Can Piglet tie a knot? I don't know. Well, the thing about Kingdom Hearts is Kingdom Hearts exists basically because Squaresoft realized that it was the biggest media company on the planet for a short period of time and said, you know what? Why don't we try to do something with Disney where we use their IP? And they did. Which was, you know, impressive and bizarre for the time. Like, you know, they guard the mouse pretty carefully. You can read up about how, in Who Framed Roger Rabbit, they basically said, no. Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse have to have equal screen time. Ditto with, I think, Daffy Duck and Donald Duck. And for the case of Bugs and Mickey, they actually had the same number of, I think, same number of lines and same number of words spoken. Like, they were like, we need this to be exactly identical. I can fix this. But the games themselves are actually pretty decent as long as you, like, get over the important fact that you're never going to see the ending of them. At least the mainline ones. Kingdom Hearts 1 is really good. Kingdom Hearts 2 is really good, mechanically. And then Kingdom Hearts 3 has problems. Mostly relating to the fact that Squaresoft is no longer the biggest gorilla in the pen. I don't know. Sharpest hammer in the box. You could clearly see that Disney was calling the shots with regards to what worlds to include, as opposed to in 2. Where, like, they got Tron. Why Tron? Because one of the developers wanted Tron? Okay. Like, Tron wasn't even a property on their, like, radar at that point. The new Tron movie, had been conceived at that point. Well, at least some... nope. An awful lot of those were like Disney classic ones, like Alice in Wonderland. Though they did do a live-action remake of Alice in Wonderland not that long after, I don't think. Anyway, it's a fun game for what it is. I mostly just want to run around Disney worlds and hit things with my sword. And the later games make it a lot more complicated. And of course, there are those bosses that you have to get over the hump to actually win. The Not Clayton boss is probably one of the... I always think that boss is being one of the hardest ones for some reason. And then, of course, you've got the Halloween Town one, and then Riku. Just Riku. You know, the worst part is, I got here once with enough power-up, but then I hit something and fell off the top of the ceiling during my invulnerability period. Okay. Gotta watch out for them heffalumps and woozles. Yeah, the biggest problem is they're just not finishing the dang series. Like, clearly at this point, the main creative forces behind Kingdom Hearts are just gonna all be dead by the time they even try to finish it up. Like, at least with One Piece, apparently there's at least someone else who knows what the One Piece is and can finish this up, or they're, like, hiding it in the ocean, I don't know. But at some point you just have to acknowledge that you may not see this through. I do not believe there were any Final Fantasy characters in Kingdom Hearts 3. Like, I don't think there was a single one. I mean, the honest truth is, the only Kingdom Hearts characters that would even make sense to include would have been, like, Lightning or something at this point? I don't know. Like, as demonstrated by their picks in Smash Brothers, there's just not that much IP coming out of Squaresoft that anyone cares about anymore, unfortunately. Like, Final Fantasy VII characters and Final Fantasy VIII characters were huge at that point. But, like, Final Fantasy has not had that sort of market share for a very long time. And a good chunk of that is just the nature of gaming changed as consoles got better. I should have waited till he jumped. Just like how point-and-click adventure games or text adventure games were kind of the big thing in the 80s, it was because those games could run on a computer. Like, that's what you could get to work and be good and high fidelity. Don't even think they brought back the ones that were established. No, I don't think they did. Like, I think it was basically nothing. But as we got into from the PS1 era to the PS2 era, like, you see, you could do different things. You could actually make the games more immersive without, and graphically impressive, without restricting yourself the way Squaresoft games were at the time. That was so close yet so far away! The important thing Squaresoft realized in the PS3, PS1 era was, like, pre-rendered backgrounds on top of with models worked really well, and that's what they did. They put out a lot of games that use that model. And enough, a lot of them I think still kind of hold up. Like, minus the blurriness, the backgrounds in Final Fantasy VII are actually pretty beautiful. And thankfully, because the PC port existed, they actually have marginally higher quality renders than just the PS1 ones, which were pretty low quality. Okay, I'm just gonna run for it. Oh, that's a little mean. Wait! Oh, well, that's a little mean. Alright, let's take a look at the lay of land. Alright, we gotta get cherries, so it's that kind of boss. But yeah, PS2 era, they still did good work. Like, Final Fantasy VIII was pretty good, but again, like, you're gonna start being compared against the likes of other huge adventure-y, action-y games. And with a move towards realism, like, does fantasy hold up? I don't know. And then they got kind of caught in that 13 vortex, which wasn't great. Like, I don't know if 12 was any good. I guess 12 was an MMO, wasn't it? I don't know if 11 was any good. I never played 11. Or was it the other way around? Either way, I didn't play either of them. Okay. Buttery Luigi. Okay. But yeah, just the mind share difference is really what happened there. In my mind, at least. Because you went from having these sort of dominant media presence to... when was the last time they made a Final Fantasy? This is fine, too. I cannot believe that worked. I legitimately thought I was dead. God, Luigi parts are always hard. Oh, good. Good old Mario part. I see 2 keys. It was scary, wasn't it? Am I gonna have to get both of the keys over here, or is it like a pick a key? Okay, it's a pick a key. Alright, I can live with that. We'll go down the Bone Express. Thanks for the GG. I'm just excited to be out of Luigi section. Luigi sections always seem to cause me... What? What have we learned here? I'm not sure we've learned anything at all. Was that key a fake? I think that key was a fake. Keys only face one way. Ah. So what is this other object, you think? Some kind of fading platform. It's custom? Probably. Given the editor this was made in, I think is a relatively powerful one. Probably a crumbling platform of some sort, just to mess with you. P-Fic. I swear, sometimes it just eats my inputs. Also, I just saw that bounce off, so we've learned something about how key behavior is. Okay, well, we learned things. I don't know why, but I love this. I kind of like this Lego brick aesthetic. There's just something about it. It's not like an amazing background or anything, but it works for me, and I don't really fully get why. Okay. Like, I don't really need the extra hit if I can... Nope. Okay, I gotta throw from further back. That slid off again, didn't it? Do keys respawn in this? Like, is this a complete waste? They do respawn, which is interesting, to say the least. Not sure why I did that. I mean, that might be a tactic, like, get rid of the Phanto object by removing the key. You know, why am I throwing it? I could just make this jump easy. Like, woo, jump. That's the name of the... Yes, Phanto. Well, the thing is, this particular object here gets expended when I pick up the key. If I come back and get the key, it can't come back. So the object is expended. Like, I don't think I've said anything particularly egregiously wrong. Well, that's the thing, right? Is like, there's multiple aspects to things sometimes, right? I don't know, maybe there's something here that's funnier than I think it is, than I'm thinking it is. That was free. Bet 1,000 Phanto sprites, the tiles are per decoration. Oh, really? Well, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. That one to the left being a tile. But, like, once that guy goes away, kind of, he doesn't seem to come back very well. He's not very good at it. One sec. Like, there was a point to my meandering, I think. Oh no, Phanto's fine. I don't object to Phanto. Depends on the level, actually, whether or not I object to Phanto. But some levels I don't. Alright. That shouldn't have worked. Here comes this. I've already hosed it, I think. I gotta be way faster. For the first try, that wasn't bad. Alright, actually, I think it's time for a short stretch break. I've been at it for 3 hours almost. See if this works. Perfect. Alright, I will be right back. You just have to admire the simplicity of those tile animations for the waterfalls and how beautiful they really are. Like, it's not a complicated thing, but it just looks nice, you know? There's a reason why, like, every video game uses this basic trick. Though occasionally you'll see palette cycling, which is also a cute trick. But I digress. If you want to see some amazing palette cycling, by the way, there's a guy who used to work for, like, LucasArts and a few other companies that did pixel art. By name of Mike Ferrari, I believe. He did a lot of pixel art backgrounds back in the day. And he has a website where you can see some of the old ones that are really well done. And were made... Oh. Well, that was free. And were made effectively for... Oh, God! Were made for this, like, desktop calendar thing. But the idea was that you'd be able to see the time of day by looking at the picture itself. Kind of a cute concept. Alright, let's take a moment and consider our options with these fellas. Alright, that worked, except I fell off. You really have to instantly react there. Miss. Okay. I canceled my jump. Okay. Yeah, I was going to show this off on one stream, one of the Monkey Island streams, but it crashed horribly on Windows 98, so we didn't get to see it. It was called Seize the Day or something. But they ended up recycling a bunch of the art that he made for that into a puzzle game called Heaven and Earth, which is actually still quite good and one of my favorites of all time. If I ever find a copy that looks as good as I remember it looking, play it on stream. But that might take some doing. Oh, humongous puzzle game set too. What level am I on? 3-1. Hey, I'm actually feeling good about this now. I'm on a magic carpet. Those few seconds, oh Bezos. Few seconds I spent not doing anything, or I'm stuck. Probably a bad thing. Like, I don't know if this carpet has indefinite lifespan, or just merely large... Oh, there it went. Definitely need to get a bit further in there, I think. Let's start by holding right. Probably do need to wait in a couple spots, like, to not get skewered by the Bezo. I actually saw someone at MagFest dressed up as the Sicko, which I think is an amazing and not terribly difficult costume. But it was well done. He had a window and everything, along with a comic. I actually got a picture. I think I put it in Havalucha's Discord. I didn't ask him for permission to post it on, like, anything else, and I think that if you're going to take a picture of the cosplayer, you should ask for permission. Pretty sure that's how that goes. But don't take my word for it. Awesome. Okay, gotta go faster. I thought I had that. Oh. Yeah, I need to go up there. Ah. It's weird, you like bounce off the ceiling sometimes. And then you get stuck on the floor sometimes. Yeah, there's like literally no point in trying to continue if I waste too much time at the beginning. I don't know exactly what my time budget is, but like, if you get stuck in the floor, pretty clearly you've blown it. What? I don't want to wait. I thought I had a cycle perfect thing there, but I don't think I need to. Well, I probably need to hold Y. See there, I bounced. The bouncing is really annoying. Okay, close. Just need to be a little bit faster. Oh, I didn't think that was gonna hit me. Need to hug that wall. Anyway. Okay, slowing down there and getting hit. It's weird, you actually like need momentum to fail that way. Close. If I could have jumped, I might have made that. I mean, the Bezos might have killed me, but I might have made that. Hey, that despawned. Okay, we take those. Ah, the corners, Duke, the corners! I had gone a couple more pixels and jumped. Okay, we're getting there. I think this is more than tractable. Okay, even if you're invincible, running into a Bezo is bad. Maybe. No, I hit the ceiling. God, if I'd just been a little more patient. Snag on that corner. Ah, if I just got him. I get nervous right there and jump, and it never works. And then I just... Okay. What else? What else? What else? So if a guy had gotten out the Windows 98 machine and done something with it for a while. Kind of want to. But also kind of like I'm reticent to just start anything new. Which I guess is kind of silly given what I'm doing right now. Like, I feel like I know the length of this. Oh, for Pete's sake! I've done it again! The exact same death! I'm gonna try not to get hit at this other guy. Never mind. Got trapped in the floor a little bit there. Yeah, hoping to do some Pokemon tomorrow. We'll see, though. Really depends a bit on Matt and his schedule. I like rolling my fingers back. Ah, come on! I keep thinking I can... Oh, what's up, HeroSoft? I didn't notice. I've been looking at some of the yellow names. I did not notice your name. I got distracted. There we go. Up and at them. I did it again! I can only ever do that! It's the only solution I have. It's just constantly run into that roof tile. Well, okay, I can just run that through. That's something I should start, is playing your hack. Because it's on the list. And it probably wouldn't take as long as basically everything else. Haha! I didn't hit that tile. Alright. I get this. Going up the waterfall. One of my favorite characters in Futurama is the waterfall guy. Because he's always sounds so reasonable, and then you find out, like, something unreasonable about him. It's absolutely fantastic. He truly believes in freedom. Like, there's that one episode where he accidentally gets gay marriage legalized. Something, I can't wait to tell my husbands! Boo! There's also the one where he dies and demands a satanic funeral. I demand a satanic funeral! What's funny is, like, he actually has other, there are other characters in the show that are related to him. Like, his daughter, I think, is a relevant character in the last Futurama movie. She's the one who's running the feminist organization that can't stop using the word femme for everything. He also has a son. I think that maybe we saw the son in... No, we didn't see the son in that one. He's in the one where they do the Exxon Valdez bit. Bender gets too sober and can't drive a boat correctly. Which is a problem. It ends up spilling a bunch of dark matter on Pluto? Uranus? I forget. Which is now a penguin reserve, because of course it is. And yeah, they join up and try to protect the penguins, and it turns out that it's an aphrodisiac for penguins, so really what they need to do is shoot a bunch of penguins, and that does not make anybody, the Futurama crew, terribly happy. Which is still kind of funny. And Bender, at some point, thinks he's a penguin. That's the other important part of the story. I will say my favorite Exxon Valdez, like, reference in popular media is in Waterworld. The ship that the antagonists, the smokers, hang out on is a relic, is the Exxon Valdez, and in fact, They have a picture of the captain of the SMLDs, old Joe, on the wall. I love that movie. It's not a good movie, but I do love it. It's one of those, how could you go wrong with Kevin Costner and, like, I don't know, Mad Max on jet skis? And somehow it didn't work. To be fair, they blew a lot of their budget on really stupid shit. Like building a real set out near Hawaii. And like, even Spielberg basically told them, for the love of God, don't do that. You're just going to get a bunch of rust and bad weather. Guess what they got? A bunch of rust and bad weather. Turns out Spielberg knows a thing or two about this whole movie-making process. Who would have thunk? Yeah, it was a good episode of Futurama. But I mean, it's a one of many. Like, Futurama just has a lot of good episodes. I'd landed on that one, that would have been fine. God, Bezos are so annoying. That didn't help. I need to, like, get one right here. Oh, that was it. It was perfect. I just needed to get off the Bezo in time. I hate RNG things like this. Remember the B episode? First time we watched it was mind-blowing. Is that B episode? Is that the one where, like, fries? Is that the one where Philip J. Fry is, like, hallucinating the whole thing? Or no, that's Leela. Leela's hallucinating the whole thing. She got stung by a bee or something. Yeah, he dies briefly. Yeah, that was a weird one. Always like the anthologies of interest, because you could kind of just tell it was just like, we want to mess around for a bit and do something silly. Occasionally get like really good stuff in those. Can I? No. Well, okay. Getting over it with Princess Peach. I haven't seen that one in a long time. And I kind of flubbed it. This spot right here really does show a weakness of the NES and how it only has one layer. As you can see, the waterfall animation does not extend into the spike animation, because there's no way to do that at all. Not without a lot more work and tiles. Oh, I was so close to that working. My God, I hate this section. What is the best Futurama episode? Like, there's an awful lot of really good ones. Like, even just finales. Like, they had a bunch of actual good ending episodes, so they thought they were going to be canceled a number of times. Haven't seen the new season, and have zero desire to. The problem is like, Futurama, like, newer Futurama was at its worst when it was trying to do, hey, look at these modern-day things that we're talking about. Like, the YouTube episode. The YouTube episode was just bad. Just straight up bad. With the singing Boyle and everyone doing all these viral YouTube crazes. Damn it. Oh, that was really dumb. The late Philip J. Fry. Oh, is that the one? Which one is that? That's the one they end up traveling in time, like, through the whole universe and going back around for the loop, like, 4 times. Because that one's fantastic. Especially the parody of Year 2525, which is a real song, except it didn't have that many weird things about, like, giraffes. One of those hippie songs about how we might reset the world or have terrible things. All of the nutrition that you need will come in a pill, etc. Hawkwind has a similar song, and it's similarly not great. Though I seem to recall my buddy Zachy actually really liked that one. He was dubious about Hawkwind. I don't blame him. But I think he ended up enjoying it. Totally Bezos, all up in everyone's business. Ah, nabbit! The worst thing is I know there's a checkpoint, and I know I was close to it. One of the few things I do remember from playing this. Also, what I've learned is, like, the difficulty curve in this is kind of rough. Like, the first level was a lot harder than an awful lot of the subsequent ones. But maybe it's just me being bad at Luigi. I think it was about me just being bad at Luigi. Like, 1-2 was a really difficult challenge for me. Of course, we still have the level I almost gave up on to come. I don't like this Bezos part. I don't like RNG crap. I just want to be able to play the game. I want to be able to develop useful strategies. I don't want to have to, like, focus on the on making sure the RNG doesn't get me too badly. Because you basically just have to trust that the Bezos will spawn in useful places, and you're not guaranteed anything. This is definitely a me thing. I know some people absolutely love that kind of crap, but I just don't. It just kills me inside. It's like, oh yep, hooray, my entire chance of doing this is dependent upon good reaction times and the RNG generator doing the useful thing that I wanted to do. Like, as you can see... that didn't get me? Huh, weird. Some hitboxes in this game are weird. Like, I'm just trying to, like, bait a Bezo at a different height. Not to mention, Bezos from the left are more valuable, because, like, I can see them coming in longer. Oh, actually, that strategy did work. I'll take that. Okay, so now the hard part. I think what I just need is to get a right-facing Bezo at the correct height. It's too high. That's too low. Oh, for Pete's sake! I just need to not get hit till then. I legitimately do not know what you're supposed to do there other than hope. I jumped. I pressed jump like 3 times there. Okay. Jump. Jump. Bezos. Oh, that, and then it worked that time. There's the checkpoint, by the way. Because now whenever I respawn, I'll come out of that door, and there's no more effing Bezos. Which is lovely. There are still porcupines. We're okay with porcupines. I'm thinking. I don't want that. Oh, that's just my normal... Oh, what? No! What? Well, now I'm definitely gonna go die. Ugh. I also like some of the cheesy episodes, like in the beginning when they had the whalers on the moon. I still think that's a good bit. Whalers on the moon, we carry a harpoon. There ain't no whales, we tell tall tales, we tell about the moon. I forget the rest. Or Zap Brannigan, just Zap Brannigan in general. And Kip. It's like, what was the line? Is like, he gives him a giant book of his pickup lines. And one of them is, I find the most erotic part of the woman to be the boobies. Which is a terrible line. Very memorable. I have no idea what you're supposed to do there yet. Moonlighting. Hey, one day, to the moon! I mean, it kind of happened with an awful lot of other historical things. You find out weird things about historical events that you're like, oh, that was something they didn't teach us. Of course, they don't teach people a lot of things in school, because you're not expected to actually learn all these things in school. Okay, so I've got that kind of down. Okay, I guess just get a little bit of speed is all that was needed there. Okay. And then super jump over the porcupine! And this one's a freebie. Thank you, Glitch Cat, for the freebie. Right in the door. No bonus. And now, the level we've all been dreading, 3-2. No, not 3-2. I guess I'm not dreading 3-2. I must be thinking of a different level that I'm dreading. Alright, I need to go faster, but I was dreading things, so it happens. No, there's one of the levels in here, and I forget which one it is. Is painful. You just have to do an awful lot of shell tricks, and it's really hard. I choose to believe that freebie was just like Glitch Cat, like, I don't have a good Alberto idea. You just have the dang orb. We don't care. You went through enough getting over it. Good old damage run. Kind of overshot it a bit. I think I'm going to try to beat this level, and then that'll be where we settle things. Not fast enough. Because I got started very late. Wasn't what I meant to do, like I said, but I was working on a document. And I wasted a lot of time today working on hacking Metroid instead. I really shouldn't have done that. On the bright side, the Metroid code is looking a lot better and works a lot better and doesn't have weird palette issues as much. God, I really have to run for that. What am I supposed to do? Ah! Now, I don't have time to do what I think I want to do. I think I need to jump and throw, maybe? Well, I have another idea, but I don't think it's very good. I do not have the time for that. Okay, so yeah, we do need to chuck that so we can be closer to that, so we can do that one jump without getting hurt. It's really the goal of that area. It's a slippery game sometimes. Very slippery. That was close. That was close. Also, the Bureaucrat song episode. That one is so good. How Hermie requisitioned his groove back. There we go. Yeah, I probably should have just tried... Yeah, I don't need that break, probably. It also turned blue, which is cool. Requisition me a beat! Okay, I think what I need to do is this. Close, kind of. Too late. Too late, too late! I made my friends and relation file long applications to get into my first birthday party. But something turned sour, my man turned pro. He was sorting, but he wasn't smiling. Forgot it wasn't about badges and ranks, it's supposed to be about the filing. Boy's born to be a bureaucrat, born to be all obsessive and snooty. I did not do that right. Who buttered the vine? Buttered vine. Doesn't sound good. Closest I would want for buttered vine, like, I think you can make bread out of kudzu. I don't know if it's any good. But I imagine you could put butter on said bread, and it wouldn't be bad, because butter usually makes everything better. Pete's sake. Kudzu is a funny vine. It was a terrible idea, but... It's like, yeah, we need to prevent a dust bowl in the south. We want to hold back some hillsides. You know what's kind of similar to the south? Japan! You know this vine that grows everywhere in some parts of Japan? Let's bring that in, and then we will have some place. Hold down some soil. It'll be great! I can't hold on to that vine. Since there's a buttered ladder, you wouldn't want to slip off that? No. Talk of butter is making me hungry, though. It's the nature of butter. It's delicious. Hey, you can put a tile on that? Huh? Today I learned. That's actually a really interesting thing to learn. I didn't realize you could place a tile on the waterfall itself. Or a sprite. I like that you can land on that side. Okay, so this has to be a shell. What?! I'm missing something. I'm definitely missing something. Like, how could this work? Everything made sense up to this point. You have to get this. I can grab that, but it doesn't help me. Can I go up and over? That's where the next heart spawns. What the hell? Does ducking clip you? You know what? That's worth a shot. That makes more sense than what I was thinking. We're also small, so maybe that's a possibility. Yeah, there you go. And sets us up for this damage. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. And it turned it blue. Why are they blue? One of my favorite Donkey videos of all time. The one where him and a bunch of his friends play Jackbox. And he was like, can't find Flamin' Hot Cheetos? Try regular Cheetos. They're not that bad. Why are they blue? Like, I thought I was despawning a heart or something. That's... And Lady Elmo. Okay, up the buttered vine. Didn't make it. Doo-doo. I like that I've come up with a strategy that oh, come on. Largely works for that part. Dude. Okay. I missed. I'm not sure what I expected. It's like, I'll make it up there, clearly. I missed. I wonder if when this particular track was composed, the composer thought to themselves, I bet people will use this song to indicate silly parts of videos when people start editing a lot of videos for themselves. And it kind of amazes me which songs in, like, video gaming have that kind of longevity. Where, like, you'll keep hearing these songs, even in videos that have nothing to do with the particular, like, franchise the song is from. Like, Sonic Unleashed. Sonic Unleashed has bizarre longevity through its soundtrack. You've probably heard a Sonic Unleashed song in a YouTube video at some point without knowing that it was Sonic Unleashed. That's probably because Rooftop Run and the Chinese level one are really good. SMB1, 2, and 3. Yeah, I mean, even SMB1's a classic for a reason in terms of its music. Though a lot more limited. There we go. Okay, I have a vegetable. And I was afraid to use it. It's so well structured, indeed. Indeed. And especially when you look at, like, the restrictions on music in the NES era, if you're not using any of the enhancement chips. Like, you get all of, what, a square, a triangle, a noise, and maybe one more triangle or something. Like, you don't get a lot of options. Like, at all, for how much, for the music itself. And, like, the noise channel is frequently used for things like the jump sounds. You have to practice a lot of audio ducking to get the fidelity you may want out of it. And even when you move to the Super Nintendo and the Genesis era, you still had things like that. Genesis especially, due to the way it works, not a very sample-based thing like the Super Nintendo could do. Like, you could do sample-based stuff in the Genesis, but it didn't work out quite as well. Extra limits on how much... nuts. Space you got. OST of Pokemon Trading Card. Keyboard. Polka Meister, like myself, never has to be bored. Fun fact, you've probably heard at some point Glitch Cat's, like, resub sound or whatever it is. The one that is a little, like, accordion note. That's actually from a Weird Al song called Polka Patterns that appeared on Square One TV. A math variety show for children. And it's a really cute little song, and I definitely reference it a lot. I think some of my friends got mad at me referencing it during puzzle events. Not that we do many of those anymore, so it doesn't really matter. Out of typo, I didn't notice. There we go. That, like, one feels sketchy to get. No. Misplaced it. It was one of the few Square One videos we actually had back in the day. So we watched that one a lot. One of my uncles had recorded a bunch of these, like, hours of PBS and sent them to us on a VHS tape. It was nice. It was a thing to watch when you were a kid and you didn't have PBS. Because we didn't get PBS unless it was a foggy day. If it was a foggy day and we were willing to mess with the aerial a decent amount, we could actually watch PBS. Otherwise, I think all we did was get Fox and CBS, if I recall correctly. Which was good, you know. CBS has 60 Minutes and Saturday morning cartoons, and Fox had early morning cartoons. There we go. Oh, okay, maybe you can't go through those. I need to get better at throwing that vegetable. I'm not very good at throwing vegetables. It's always been a weakness of mine in this video game. It's also the reason I hate fighting Wart in SMW. The port of Wart in SMW. Those vegetables are absurdly easy to regrab and do not have the useful property of destroying the bubbles. They, like, get eaten by the bubbles that Wart throws out of his nose. Wart. The Wart. There we go, just barely made it. Okay. What is... Oh, how did I get that? It's just one cabbage! It's not even a cabbage, it's like a meager radish. Like soup from a stone. Pulled out some old-looking carrots. Single radish. My nephew recently did that. The soup from a stone thing. It's such a silly little exercise. There we go. For children. Oh, come on now! Oh, I could have supered. Could I have super jumped there? Or would the heart have disappeared? I also thought Mario would be able to clear that. Something to ponder. Do. There we go. Okay. I have to do this all in one go. That bonk killed any chance of that working. That's a tight setup there. Does this game have regrabs? I've been treating it as if it does. I don't think it does. Also hate it when levels do this. Like, I don't want to react immediately. I want to sometimes do things between deaths. Yeah. Too far to the left to grab it. Do. Does remind me, I should get on the horn and schedule another Metroid with Desi, since I went through the effort of getting everything fixed up anyway. What's terrible is I know that I just can't resist going back and trying to get that one item that I missed in the big friggin' vertical area. Okay. Nah, Mankai's about having to go. Sometimes. No! I bonked again. I don't mind going as long as I get to take a moment at the beginning and wait. I think this is something I really would love to see more of hacks outside of Dram 3 use. Because there's like that ASM where the level doesn't actually start until you put in a new input, or put in an input. And I think that's actually a really nice feature. You can take a moment and think, and not immediately be on the clock. I think there's value in that. You can make the argument that that's where you should be waiting at, like, the retry prompt or whatever, but, like, it's more natural to some extent at the very beginning here. Hey. Is it still makeable? I don't think so. I guess so. Do. Be nice if I could make it past this part. Oh, else you get the authentic Mario Maker experience that drops you dead at the start of levels with no chance to skip them before dying. I mean, arguably you don't want that experience. Back in Mario Maker 1, me and Snyder would frequently just get together and play Mario Maker 1 drunk. And we ended up with a bunch of ridiculous rules about how things would work because of, you know, levels like that. Like, initially it was like, okay, so if you die, it's the other person's turn. And then, well, okay, what about levels where you die instantly? Well, if you die within 3 seconds, okay, well, then you get to do this. You get another shot. And then I think there were further, weirder rules over time, but those were the big ones. Don't remember if we ever really tried Mario Maker 2. I feel like he kind of got out of Mario by then. Kind of hungry. I felt like I had a really big dinner, but it was like at 6 p.m. And it's now, what, almost 4 a.m., so I guess it makes sense I would be hungry again. Miss. You can't go through those, it's so interesting. Remember trying to unlock the Amiibo costumes via 100 man and always losing your last life level like that? Yeah. I mean, there was so much BS in Mario Maker 1 of that stripe. Not even, like, well-designed hard, just like, lol, you died, lol, you died. I mean, it had a little bit of unlockables through the, like, campaign mode or whatever. The extended tutorial. But it was, like, literally just, like, a couple of blocks that were not that interesting, I think. But yeah, mostly just there already. Yeah, unlockables as a mechanic is one of those things I liked when I was younger, and now I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm just good. I don't need that. Well, actually, I guess it did start to annoy me in Rock Band. Like, Rock Band was like, you want to come over and play Rock Band with people. Someone just got it, and he'd be like, oh yeah, sorry, we gotta unlock everything. Dude, I'm not playing that song again. What song? I don't know. I don't care. It's that one. Creep, maybe? But it was like that over and over. And, dang it. Then the hardest part, the hardest costume anyway is the flying, wait, what? The flying, fight or fly hard mode gnat attack. What was that? I do not remember this. Hated that one. Like unlockables as long as it's recognizable, reasonable single player. Perfect DLC. I mean, yeah. I feel like with Rock Band though, like you could do it, sure. But it was going to take you a long-ass time, and you were going to be tired of the 4 songs you got to play in the meantime. Which is why I think from Rock Band 1 onward, they just unlocked all of the songs from the get-go so you could just play them. You didn't have to do the campaign mode and grind through a bunch of stuff to unlock a new song or 3. Also, hi Max, how you doing? It did help, I think there was a controller code or something, like there was somewhere you could enter a code and just unlock everything in Rock Band 1 eventually after like an update or 3. Same thing for like Smash Bros. Like, unlocking everything in Smash Bros is cool, but like sometimes you just want to play as whatever character hasn't been unlocked yet. Or you're like setting up at a tournament. Who's got time for that shit? Alright, there we go. Secret minigame in Maker, we had to play BS Mario Kart. I did not know about that, no. Most costumes unlocked by winning, 100 man. I think there were a few that you played like special levels. I want to say like the Baby Metal one was that way. Or the car one. You just played a level with the car, and that was cool, I guess. Like some of the advertising ones. Vague recollections, though. I like the costumes, those official levels. I mean, those were trivial, like absolutely trivial. I didn't mind that, as long as they weren't, like, time-gated. Also, the notion of playing as a car was pretty funny. But I can see why they got rid of them in Mario Maker 2, because while they were fun, like, they wanted to add costumes that had useful effects, like Mario 2 and Link. But it did lose a little bit of charm, like not playing through as something thing. Like having a cool, small but powered up character was kind of fun. Shout out to Sean the Sheep course. It was delisted before. Really? Huh. Sean the Sheep. Oh, for Pete's sake! She won dumb Vine sex she kept dying to and found a hidden star block and was done with the level at that point. There we go. Yeah, I don't remember that one. But like I said, it's been like years. Costumes are also hard to implement in the multiplayer. Yeah, it's also true. And multiplayer was definitely a bigger and more interesting part of Maker 2 than that. I mean, I guess there wasn't really multiplayer in Maker 1 at all. So I just don't feel like 2 ever really recaptured the sheer glee. And also, like, Mario Maker 2 having, like, different sprites, having slightly different attributes is one of those things that I find insane. Like, by all rights, you should be whatever character you've selected on the screen. Like, you choose Toadette, you choose Toad, and the other players appear as the remaining ones, and who cares? Right? Like, the idea of, oh, I'm Toadette, and therefore my physics are different is insane to me. And therefore, in order for this to make sense, it has to be the same set of characters everywhere. That's just weird to me. I'm already hosed. Custom ad let you personalize levels a little bit more. That's true. Which thing is real? The physics being slightly different? I think they eventually fixed it, but yeah. For the first while, Toadette had slightly smaller hitbox or some bonkers thing. Levels of an underwater level contest on Facebook. Couldn't beat the levels using the key. No wonder it was in the corner of the top with no indicator inside a hidden block. Ugh. I mean, part of what this... There was a mild difference. A very mild difference, and some people exploited it. Is my vague recollection. But don't take my word for it. I think I watched some video by one of those YouTube dudes who does things... Does videos about that. Slightly different. Maybe that was it. I do want to say the hitboxes were slightly different for some reason, but again, this ancient history. For SMB, Super Mario Maker 2 is hard to understand because it has such weird physics. It does. It really does. I mean, I just don't play these things. Like, Mario Maker 2, I bought it at, like, release and then just wasn't excited enough to play it. I own it. I've played, like, maybe a handful of levels. There was a mystery hunt puzzle that involved a Mario Maker 2 level set. That was funny because, like, people were trying to find signal where there wasn't any. They're like, oh, it's this thing! I'm like, no, it's not. That's just how they make levels. Those scoops are not an indication of anything important. That's just what they do to indicate that you need to do things at this point in time. It's just standard Kaizo notation. What's up, Paoluta? For Mario Maker 2 over Mario Maker 1 physics, at least in 3 style. Huh. That was another funny thing about Mario Maker 1. Was like, because you unlocked different level styles at different times, you'd be more likely to get better levels of certain styles than others. So you had to grind a bit to unlock Mario 3. Characters weren't supposed to have different mechanics, but yeah. Don't like playing Kaizo? Me neither. I don't do it that often. He said as he grabbed the vine. Boop, boop. What time is it? It's 3:22. I need to beat this section. I need to find the shoe! Okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay, that's a little dangerous, but I think it's worth it. So close, yet so far away. This is Vine. Nah, Twitter bought Vine forever ago. Vine doesn't exist anymore. Usually SMW and New Super Mario Brothers levels in Maker 1 were terrible most of the time. But I felt like Mario 3 had the most. I think it's because you actually had to do something to unlock that format. And an awful lot of people who just blundered their way through the other parts never bothered unlocking 3. And so 3 in general was likely to be better because of that. Is my theory, at least. Playing and building for use the style, it's enough to weed out. Exactly. I don't remember what the requirements were, but they were requirements. So. Notice how I'm not on the block enough. Well played, Thing. You're really on the block. Some Addams Family. Did a little bit of that last time. Was waiting a day or placing hundreds of blocks. Sometimes people don't get that far, Max. Even a small amount of weeding out can cause large effects. Beware small inconveniences, I think is the general phrasing of it. There we go. No! I bonked again. Building, deleting over and over? Yeah. What's up, Matt? Amiibo exclusive Big Mario? Well, just thinking about Pokemon and how it would be much nicer to my hands to play some. Which basically means either I'm going to play Pokemon tomorrow, or I'm not going to stream, I think. I haven't determined it yet. Hey, I got 2 hearts! Not that it would have helped me, but you know. Oh, for Pete's sake! Keep bonking there. It's starting to cause me physical pain. I can see the door. I've done the things. I know how to make this work. I just keep getting hit on the way in. Okay. Big grind you hated was the level cap increasing. You'd have people that star your level if you're stuck with 10 level slots. Never reached the 100, even with streams and a Facebook group. Oof. Like, you think there would have been, like, some, like, scumming kind of thing where it's like, yeah, I know, I'll help. Oh, I'll help you for this kind of thing. People didn't like classic style modes? Really? You mean, like, SMB1 style? To be fair, like, I stopped watching Mario Maker content that wasn't troll levels forever ago, so I really don't know. Like, quite literally, the only time I end up watching Mario Maker is if, like, Juz puts out a troll level. Star yours and star mine, I gotcha. It's fair. Pretty much a classic, going even back to Neopets or whatever. You like my pet, I will like your pet. You know, level 10? I have no idea. I made a couple levels that I think people liked. I had one where you got, like, stuck in a wall and had to figure your way out. I think people liked that one, but I don't really remember Mario. I guess Mario Maker 1, I could, like, at least... Well, the servers are gone, so I'd have no idea. Troll and Kaizo were popular, obviously levels by famous people, yeah. Another one of those I actually did play in Mario Maker 1 was there was a streamer I was watching, and they made a level, and I went and played it. Because it was silly. They weren't very good at Mario, so it wasn't actually that hard, but it was one of those, like, yeah, I should play this, it's here. Curated troll levels? Oh, I believe curated ones are fun. Like, random-ass troll levels are probably not so much. Again, like, highly curated experience, because I'm watching Juz Cook play troll levels that have been recommended to him by people who clearly know what they're doing. And and so at least they're funny as opposed to miserable. I think what bugs me most about how this game works is the little hop you do when you get hurt. I think I don't like that. There we go. Another shot at this. Don't get me wrong, like watching someone play troll levels is great when they choose to do them. Playing them, you just liked every single one, Mario Maker 1, 2, and everywhere else. I had fun testing... How am I supposed to do that in the time allotted? I don't know how to do that. That's tight. Never mind. Don't like randomly being tossed in. I get that. There's my brain. Must be in the mood. Gotcha. Yeah, like I'm definitely considering playing through the troll contest levels, the one that Carl Sagan and Jez Cook and other people were involved in recently-ish. Like I think earlier this year. I went and made a zip file, but I'm missing 2 of them. One, I know why I'm missing it, and the other one I don't know why it's gone. It was in. I don't like how they hosted that contest. I suspect that they still have work to do for their website, but I don't like what they did with it. Like, basically, if you want to play the levels, they're just all kind of there, weirdly, on the website. Some of them are in zip format, some of them are in 7-zip format. Most are just straight-up BPSs. Some are... Also, there was one IPS, which makes me relatively annoyed. Okay, how the hell am I supposed to do this at the time allotted? I can't bring any objects with me, I don't think, because I have to climb up there. SMW troll levels, if done right, are so much nicer and more creative than Mario Maker pick-up pipe door. Yeah, because the sky's the limit, right? Like, you have all the abilities of ASM to make interesting things for your troll levels, which definitely changes the dynamic significantly from Mario Maker 1. How? Right. Work smarter, not harder. And then still fall off. It was one of those, I just need to remind myself, this isn't one of Glitch's more sadistic hacks. I just need to be smarter sometimes. I mean, I feel like if someone did want to make a straight-up vanilla troll contest, they'd still end up with some good stuff. Like, under the OLDC rule set. Or even like a BLDC rule set, you could probably get like a fine crop of troll levels. Comes down to creativity. Just in the way that OLDC does as well. And there are some, like, weird vanilla mechanics you can do to do weird things. I mean, Gbreeze, does Gbreeze do those levels? Whoever makes those OLDC levels that have, like, some sort of, like, this is a weird troll mechanic, like, getting a Yoshi while lava happens causes the Yoshi to freeze the world, or some weird thing like that. Or even, like, the stuff some guy in some numbers does, where, like, stacking the message box sprite allows you to have more than one message in your level. More than 2. That kind of mechanic can add some value to a vanilla level. But even QLDC ends up with a few vanilla entries that are not bad by any metric. You clever, clever cat, you. Can't grab a vine to save my life. Wigglers freeze the game in Maker 2. What was it? Good design, filters out most of the cheap... Yeah, that's true. Well, you see, cats like butter. That's just the end of the sentence. There's nothing else. Cats like butter. Pats also like butter. One of the things on my list is to, dadnabbit, thaw some butter tomorrow. I was trying to make a good breakfast sandwich, and I needed butter for it. And I basically realized at the last moment that all I had was frozen butter. And that's fine, but like, being able to spread butter on things before you put them in the pan tends to be a nice attribute. There we go. I way overshot. On the other hand, like, the fact that you are heavily restricted in Maker and Maker 2 made, like, those glitch levels kind of more special in a way. But, like, still. I'm so close yet so far away. All I need to do is just carefully make that one vine jump. The other one's basically free. There we go. I'm trying to remember if it's the first or second room in this area. Hope it's the second. Hey! Almost got it. Ah. Looked unpleasant. It's true. It's only when they have good creativity and they're exploiting a glitch that's interesting. But it does change the meta slightly. And of course, Nintendo hates those things, so they get rid of them. Which, hey, it's their service. They're allowed to do that. Bunch of bullet bill shooters with other constructs to make things work. Yeah. I'm saying it could be a little nice enhancement if what they've already done is clever. But it requires the existence of the thing that they are doing to already have been clever, if that makes sense. Like, it doesn't alone make an interesting thing to do. That becomes just like a tech demo. Like, demo scene stuff's fun to watch, but once you've watched it, that's kind of it, unless you can actually, like, grok what's going on technologically. And don't get me wrong, but if you do, they're great. Otherwise, it's usually just pure eye candy. Like, I love the popular demo. I couldn't tell you how most of it's done, but I appreciate it for what it is. But I have no need to watch it again. It looks cool. That's enough. Whereas, like, older school ones, like, I can tell you how that's done. I understand this effect and why that works on this particular system. I do, of course, love seeing, like, demo scene effects used in the wild when they're available. Like, that's one of the cool things about Dan Salvato's next game. The Magic Core Anomala? Amelia? I don't know what it actually is called. But because, like, he's using an awful lot of demo scene tricks, it does look pretty cool, and they generally make for the interesting gameplay, which is the key thing. Doing an outward spiral on the Amiga is a cool effect, but it also works well for the gameplay here. I could just waited for the heart. I don't know why sometimes I make that easy jump and sometimes I don't, but I probably should go back to doing a super jump there. Yeah, that's one I definitely am looking forward to coming out. That Amiga game looks like it will be really fun. And reasonably challenging. At least, I assume, until there's, like, a switch near the end, at the end of it all, that allows you to turn on the absolute dickish mode if you meet certain requirements as seen at GDQs. Like, the hell mode that I saw at... because I don't think there was a hell mode at AGDQ, but there was one at SGDQ, and that one, basically you had to... What were the requirements? The requirement was something like... beat it deathless in under 5 minutes or something. Beat the demo. And as far as I know, only, like, 3 people qualified. Trash Lord Oscar, Echo Ravenna, and Thab, and of those, only Thab and Oscar had beaten it, ended up beating it. Oscar had beaten it before at a different convention, so he did have a little bit of an advantage. Echo didn't manage to beat it because they got sick. And I think Thab actually just beast moded it completely and didn't have any trouble. But the ultra hard boss mode thing was still a cool thing to see. See! I cannot get at it. You get patient. Because every time I have a shot at the end, I just kind of flub it. You really want to... I mean, it took some dedication. Would have been cool. It's a shame that you didn't get to see the demo for the next level, because the next boss fight and level was actually really cool. Pretty common mechanic of, like, here's an object that gives you back some number of your jumps, either one or all of them. But done well. And then the new boss fight looks really good. I'm still remaining ignorant of the lore because I don't want to know about it until I can read it all. But it does look cool. So close. Maybe next time. Could have gotten if the Amiga station was a little less popular. Probably. I mean, the thing is that if you were there late at night, you could have basically had run of it. It was very much like a during the day kind of thing for a lot of people. If I recall correctly, like... And the constraint of... Oh, crap. Constraint of having to leave a little bit earlier than most people made it a little more challenging for you, I'd expect. But... If I recall correctly, because you were, like, commuting in. Dagnabbit. Because, like, certainly when I was playing the newer build, I was playing late at night, because that's just who I am. I'm a late-night person. I do think I'd like to go to SGGQ again this year, but we'll see if it's in the cards. It just depends. Depends upon what contracting and stuff bring. Like I said, I might have to be going to the East Coast in the next few weeks again. For like a few weeks. Which would be fun. I do like the East Coast, but I also miss, you know, being able to walk easily to a good pinball place, which is not quite as true on the East Coast. Actually, it's not that bad. There is a pinball place I could walk to from one of my siblings' places. But it's a farther walk. And honestly, walking in the DC, the DMV area, compared to walking in Seattle, man, I will take Seattle every day. We don't have, like, great infrastructure, but also the weather's just better. Like, Seattle, it never gets too hot. It never really pours rain. Whereas Virginia and things are technically in the South where that stuff happens. So, I can grab that vine sometimes. This is simply divine. I'll tell you right now, there's something very satisfying about the vegetable just kind of going through the air as I fall down. Okay. Ah, nuts. Oh, okay, that could have gone worse. No! I didn't wait for it. Alright, we're gonna practice jumping onto vines. We didn't practice jumping onto vines. Ah, what? Well, that's the first time that's happened. Yeah, I think it's still going to be in Minneapolis, which would make it pretty easy. That's one thing I will say is nice about SGDQ versus AGDQ. Like, AGDQ is at increasingly inconvenient locations. Like, AGDQ was was in Pittsburgh, which, okay, Pittsburgh, not really convenient, not really inconvenient. Had to fly in, fly out. Atlanta? I don't know, man. Atlanta's not great. It's really far, It's not the furthest I can fly, but it's pretty close. Like, the longest continental flight in the United States is Seattle to Miami. And it's easy to forget that Florida, as America's wing, is relatively long. So there's that. George is about 5 hours and change, or 6 hours and change. 5-ish hours, somewhere in that vicinity. I should duck jump there. That might make that more consistent. The only upside is that if I did go to GDQ in Atlanta, it would be a good excuse to go visit my dad, because he's about an hour and change out from Atlanta. My God, I can't do vines anymore! Like, as kids, he still lives in the same city, but as kids would go to, like, Atlanta to visit Six Flags or the water park there, Whitewater. And that would be like a day trip. We'd, like, get up at, like, 5 a.m., pack out our coolers and stuff. I guess I'll make this. I think I can. And then, in the evening, drive back. It was a doable trip. And my dad certainly... What is wrong with this? Why can't I get on the vines? My vine badness has been infected in both directions. I had this whole area consistent and getting somewhere, and now I just cannot get on a vine to save my life. I'm getting too tired for this, and I really have this horrible sunk cost fallacy at this point that I really just want to beat this section and be done with it. Like, the sad thing is if I came back to this with a clear head and full awakeness, I'd probably get it in one shot. Or maybe 2 or 3, but... I wouldn't be falling off the vines repeatedly. Anyway. It'd be cool to actually go for the whole week. That's the one thing that would be really cool. Because I've only ever done half GDQs. I've done either the front half or the back half. And doing both halves could be fun. Especially if they keep up having the indie game stuff. I like the indie game stuff a lot. It does remind me I should finally do the PAX thing and the MagFest thing while they're still marginally relevant. Because I'm pretty much 6 months out from PAX. There we go. MagFest is still more relevant, but it's March now. Go. I think I understand why I was not moving. I think you need to have a little bit of motion for that to work properly. Right, I'm going to wait for him to come back. I've spent enough time trying to make this work and failing that I don't want to fail again in the exact same way. Well, that wasn't failing in the exact same way. I fell off the right side of the vine. No, this time the cause of death was brute force trauma. There was a good ancient thread on 4chan by, I think it was Peglade Dave, one of the few guys who would assign a name to his writings, about playing a engineer, whatever those nutters are called in Warhammer. Tech Priest, that's it. Tech Priest. In a game of Dark Heresy. Basically, 3-person party were instructed to infiltrate this local gang. And of course, they have like a guy who's basically a straight-laced military-type fella. And then a Scum. I think Scum is literally like a class in that. But basically, you know, like... Dagnabbit. Kind of a thiefish, roguish character archetype, I suppose. And then you've got the Tech Priest, which are fanatical, religious dudes who are dedicated to making technology work. And he had a lot of fun doing things in that campaign. basically he made a deal, like he would, if he bought it, he would buy the books if someone would run it for him. At the local game store. And so, him and a bunch of people, a couple people who made the cut, got to play. He rolled up the table and was like, I don't have anything, because he, you know, he had loaned the books to the guy so that he could learn how to run it. So he's like, alright, grab your dice. Made it with impossibly high toughness. That was kind of his main selling point, as far as that was. But he did definitely do, like, the whole hem up the tech priest thing. And not understanding what to do. At one point, I think they infiltrated a, literally a cat house. I'm gonna focus here. First edition Dark Heresy goes for 100 now. I would imagine that makes sense. I don't know when the first edition was released, so given the timeline of those threads, probably about 2010-ish if I remember right. So it would have been around then. Anyway, long story short, they keep leaving, you know, this guy who is, by all accounts, incredibly book smart, but very unstreet smart, while they go and do their more reasonable methods of investigation while working with, trying to work against this gang. And as you can imagine, it goes poorly, because he does things like stand around and listen in an intersection until he attracts attention, and then hacks the bus signals to make the attention go away at a relatively high speed with blunt force trauma. But one of the cooler encounters he detailed was in the cat house. There was an actual, like, pimp, and apparently the DM spoke fluent jive. I cannot get on the thing! Printed it off in college, which is like, oh, that's kind of cool. It's one of those things that, like, that open gaming license was supposed to help with, but I don't think ever really did, or if it did, it didn't work as well as they hoped. But yeah, I think now we're just stuck in the long 5e, aren't we? Like, there's not really anything happening in that direction. I still don't love 5e. It's like 3.5 with some streamlining and some stuff that whatever. Which thing? About the open gaming license? About the long 5e? Because it feels like 5e has been out for a long time now. I don't believe they have any plans for a 6th edition at this point in time. I can't grab vines anymore. Oh. I mean, the idea was, like, why would you play something you pay money for when you could use the open gaming license, I guess, was my thought about that. But I don't know how true that was. Like, why pirate when you can just get it for free? Kind of the open source argument. Why use Photoshop when you could use the GIMP for free? In beer form and speech form of freedom. But I think ultimately people would rather play things that they find to be better, maybe higher quality. Shared experience with their friends who are not open source nerds. I might be confused. I might be confused is a good way of putting it. There are a lot of things that I don't necessarily know that much about. I want to stress the GIMP is an image editing program before we get too far off into the weeds. Speaking of weeds... I was on it! I was on it! I just had to hold up! Wizards of the Coast put out an open gaming license 3.5 with live referencing D20 mechanics and making books. Oh, so just like let you make your own splat books without like. Okay, I can see that. But you still needed the core rules, which was the big idea, even though they would not be making money off publishing your splat books. And of course, those splat books wouldn't be official for official gaming tournaments and the like. It's amazing how good I am at killing my velocity just to the left of the vine. Yeah, I think I might just be getting too tired for this. I really, really do want to beat it, though. It's getting to that point where it's, like, obnoxious, where I'm not doing the one thing, and I can see it, and it's sitting there in my face. It's a game of inches. Anyway, I maintain the GIMP is not as good as Photoshop. What I really want is to use on my Mac is like an older version of Photoshop. Like, I want like Photoshop 7. That's all I need. I don't need any of this fancy bullshit. I just want a version I can install and forget. They put out something that was freely available. Okay, I'll read that more carefully next time I land on something solid. Which is the reference. Interesting. Interesting. Didn't include splat books nowadays for 5Es. They don't even put an option. I'll read that one more carefully. I just need to land on a block! I can't even get the first obstacle now. I have regressed so far from where I was like an hour ago. Didn't include the splat books, and nowadays for 5e they don't put out every option in the online basic rules. Huh. Yeah, I just kind of felt like after 4E, like during 4E, they'd kind of figured out the whole, like, how to make this work online with references and things, and it has regressed somewhat. To be fair, they did build their entire thing in Silverlight. So, kind of a dead in the water technology. To be fair, I liked Silverlight a whole lot, because it was basically like a C# version of Flash, and made it... Well, really, it wasn't a C# version of Flash. It was a C# version of Java applets. And Java applets, while a good idea, were bad in the era in which they were used, because they basically required every resource your computer had. D&D Beyond was making loads of money? Oh, really? Okay. Oh, yeah, because, like, that was a system for playing D&D online. I think we used that for a little bit during the COVID-y times. I just couldn't stand it. It was like a friggin' 3-hour stand-up. I friggin' hate going to stand-ups. They're my least favorite thing about having a job. Alright. We have another shot. It is also interesting how sort of the demographics of D&D have changed over the years, especially because of things like Critical Role. Okay. I made it. Is this the level I think it is? Because if it is, I'm making a save state and we're coming back later. I think it is. So at some point I mentioned how I think that for the most part GlitchCat did a... No, it's not. Okay, maybe this isn't the level I think it is. Alright, we'll keep going for a little bit. I think GlitchCat did a really good job on this hack, except for like one specific area. I don't think that's... I need to kill the porcupine. That's what I need to do. Okay. I understand now. Alright, maybe I don't understand. It's kind of weird you can't run through a one-tile gap. The point of what I was trying to say... Yeah, I don't know. I don't love 5e. That's it. That's the tweet. Games Workshop never did an ODL. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. They're very protective about their IP, to the point where, like, things that you would think would be cool fan projects are like, no, you're not allowed to do that. Like the Emperor, if the Emperor had a text-to-speech device, which is how I know most of my lore about Warhammer 40k. they had to stop because I think Games Workshop went and literally gave them a cease and desist. Which, like, complete dickishness. Oh wait, the purple ones! Oh, the purple ones are bad! Right, those hurt you anyway, you can't stand on those. Oh, for fuck's sake. Still like 5e? The thing is I really like 4e. And combat in 5e is hellaciously boring by way of comparison. To be fair, 4e kind of made everyone a wizard, but that makes a lot of sense, because being a wizard is awesome. That's really it. Actually, small thing I appreciate Glitchcat doing, putting the door one tile higher so you can't get back in there. Okay, yeah, I think that's the problem here, amongst other things. Is like doing this kind of thing because the world doesn't stop when you get hurt means you cannot call your shots very well in this section. I'm still not... I swear I jumped before I try to do that, and it's like, no. How popular a lot of games are remaking 4e? Yeah, because it was a good system. Like, it didn't make it so you couldn't have a tea party with a bunch of elf stuff. You could still do all that. 4e, 5e, 3.5, I don't know, big eyes, small mouth. But, like, the mechanics of you have your 3 types of action, and then you have to work around that in your action economy. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And simple. And the card thing they did put out, like where you could print out all of your abilities on cards, so you could turn them over when you'd used your encounter or your daily. Healing surges and ways to heal yourself, because nobody wants to be the healing bitch. Like, that's the least fun position in D&D, is like, well, I got to burn all my spells on healing. Woo! Wasn't that fun? Healing people isn't fun. Hurting people's fun. Having cool effects is fun. Healing people with cool effects is fun. But simply healing people isn't fun. I'll read that in a minute. Again, this is another, like, the bus level. You think with Mario I could avoid the spikes, but no. Okay. Big Red 5e, they focus too hard on the writing and all their rules in common English. Speaking of some jargon words that would have helped improve clarity, like in resolve edge cases, yeah. Makes what few jargon words they do not apparent. A particular weapon attack has a specific meaning in 5e, and it's not attack with a weapon. Wait, what? My experience with some groups they play very loosely, and the common English is great for them. I mean, the thing is, you could always play loosely. Like, no one's stopping you. The rules, as printed, are a guideline. The ultimate ruling is really what the DM will put up with. I wish I could just make that first jump without getting hit. Like, I swear I start jumping, and then it's like, nah. Oh yeah, 3.5 is way worse, I'll grant you that. But, like, you don't have to play a full version of 3.5. You can pick and choose. This isn't a tournament or anything like that. I gotta be faster. I should just go when I get hit there. There's no reason to wait. A weapon attack includes unarmed attacks, bites. I missed it. And I missed it. Basically any attack that doesn't come from a spell. Okay. Oh, what? Ugh. I think I'm finally starting to get that first jump, though. Maybe this is a point where I should just put a save state and call it a night. I'm not sure how saving works in this pack. But yeah, like, the thing is the more I mean, it just depends on the people. If I sound a bit negative, it's just because I'm tired. I can't really get ahead. Can always reset to find out. It's true, I am going to reset to find out at the end once I'm done. So I'm not sure how it's going to work. I feel like I shouldn't bother. You bet a huge fight over whether melee weapon included things made by throwing a melee weapon. Aw. And see, that's the thing that, like, 4E streamlined so nicely, was like, here you do this much damage when doing this thing. That's what you do. Like, that, I think, was just a better system. Okay, you can't just jump over... At best, I can kill it. How do I get ahead of that? How do I get ahead of that? Well, yeah, I need to do a super jump there. I really wanted to get to a end point for the world. But, like, with how I'm playing, it's not gonna happen. Like that! That is... I was mostly on the other one. Throwing a ranged weapon is a ranged attack? Huh. Alright, yeah, no, I think I'm just getting too tired to do things consistently. The vine should have been a wake-up call. Especially when, like, this level's just one tile jumps the game. The movie, the game, the sequel, the game. We'll give it one more try to see if I can get ahead. Yeah, I can't get ahead enough there. Yeah, this is a level where you can't call your shots. I don't like it, but this is not the level that I think is not good. But yeah, it's been nice to return to this. I'll have to come and see it, the rest of it, the way through. I wonder how many levels actually there are. But we'll come back to this, hopefully before Subcon 2 gets released. But I definitely need a break now. It's just how it is. Some things never change. Subcon never changes.